Hello and welcome. Let's give it a couple minutes. Get a couple people in here, hopefully. Already one in here. Hello. Give me just a minute here. All right, still just one watching. Should have a couple more people here in a second. Be just one more minute. Well, maybe more than just one more minute, but give me a couple minutes to get a couple people in here and we can start the show. Unless you want to start chatting. If you're chatting with me, I'll start right away. Sure can. How you doing? Thank you very much. It is 2:36 a.m. Northern California is where I'm located. Where are you at, Berkan? You in the States? So one thing I really enjoy about doing these streams is having a really broad international audience. It's so cool to have so many different accents going on, all appreciating the same hobby. Pretty cool. And such a vast variety of coins, bullion, metal detecting hobbies, and the people that pour the precious metals. And it's pretty cool. We all seem to get along pretty good. South Carolina, nice. I've got a lot of family history starting on the East Coast and slowly making their way across, and it's pretty neat. I really enjoy learning about all the different states my family had made it through, and some of the states that we were the very first ones in. Fun stuff. You reckon you're fixing to yaw? Well, we'll get going here in just a minute. I was hoping a certain somebody was coming in. We'll see if that person makes it. I wanted to put a topic on this. I've been trying to start giving my streams a better title other than just coin chat. Thought that maybe for the first half hour or so of each stream could actually have a bit of meaning to it to help build everyone's abilities with the coin collecting. And for me, preservation is everything. But 60% plus of my collection is bankrolls. Probably even a little more than that. And I have tons of copper and high grades, brilliant red coppers, and they're the worst for preservation. I've lost tons of rolls. In fact, I normally lose about 30 rolls a month due to toning. And unfortunately, with copper, that's the one coin that can't tone. PCGS grades like 1 out of 10 or less of the coins that get tone, even nice tone. And even then, they normally get a red-brown grade. So really loses 95%, 90% of its values. So, but if you got nickels, dimes, quarters, and half dollars, and even the silver dollars, toning is just fine. Even the clad is fine to have toning, and in fact increases the value. So it's unfortunate the pennies take such a big hit. What's your what coins are the main part of your collection, Beer Can? And if you prefer me to use a first name, I never have a problem doing that. Totally up to you. I guess I should have. Let me send a couple emails out really quick and let people know that I am streaming. Okay, just a second. Majestic, how you doing, buddy? So I forgot that you do wake up fairly early. Is this your normal time for waking up? And if so, then I understand why you caught my streams more often than most. Oh, but it looks like we... Johnny Ray, hello, how you doing? Good morning. Well, it's sure fun doing Michael Kittle's auction. Cost me a lot more than I had expected. Darn him for okaying my my payment. I hadn't planned on making any purchases, and of course Michael's such a great guy. It's like, oh no, do whatever you want. It's, the only issue was, and it wasn't even an issue, but just a quick payment, which worked for me. And I bought a couple. Well, bought one thing and bought another, and oh man, you sure had some great stuff. Yeah, Majestic, you did really good. So a lot of people did, and that's the neat thing about Michael. He's so fair. I love that when he had multiple items, he would wait until somebody finally won, and then he would drop the price to the guy below and offer it to the person who won and the person below, and then anybody else that was bidding. What a great way to sell multiple items. The thing I was after was those peace dollars. It's one thing I didn't even get a chance to bid on. Every time I was about to punch my number in, somebody popped that number up. But it's a good thing because I spent about $100 and was not expecting to be spending that much. But 2 of the 3 things, fantastic, Johnny Ray. Congrats. Yeah, I'd have loved to, but I don't buy gold. In fact, it's funny because normally when I get gold, I sell it for copper rolls. But the horse that, oh shoot, I forget what that's called. That moving horse was just awesome. And then I loved the dragon Pamp Swiss bar. Oh my gosh. I have a ton of the Pamp Swiss dragon bars in every size. But my grandkids grabbed them all up. And neat because that's my taste. So to see it passing down to them is neat. Well, Beer Can, sometimes he does allow other payments. You just need to talk to him prior. He did say during the stream that he would take money orders and stuff. So you just need to check ahead of time. I don't think I think he prefers to know, ahead of time. So when you are buying stuff, he knows, that it's a different payment. Michael's such a smart guy. I wouldn't be a bit surprised if in his head he's not keeping track of everything financially and has certain amounts that he does. He's just very, very organized. Well, or at least he appears to be. And I'm sure he's possibly in the background, but lurking. But we'll see here. See if he pops up in the next few. I know this is his, he's a night owl like some of us, and he gets a lot of work done during these times. So, but it was nice to see how many people. I mean, he ended up with 120 something likes. Wow, that's fantastic. Oh yeah, that Pearl Harbor coin was awesome. I really liked that too. If it's something that, is truly in your price range, just let him know. He's at shows all the time. And if he finds a decent priced one, or because that's the one thing you can count on with Michael, is he's very picky about the coins he gets. You'll notice that even when he's getting like XF grades, they're exceptional XF grades. They're nicer colored, nicer toned, um, better shape than a lot of the others. Less distractive marks and that kind of thing. Less marks on the devices. He's really good at what he does, and he knows his grades really well. So yeah, he's a great guy to buy from because you get a lot better than you would for that amount that you've spent from like 90% of the other people out there. So we're up to 5. I bet you he pops on pretty quick. This is about the time he normally does. And we'll start talking preservation here in a couple minutes. It's already gone 15 minutes, but we'll get things rolling here pretty quick. Yeah, it's hard to scale back when you get such a great variety and better pieces. Well, that's the grading Majestic. When he's at the shows, that's what he's doing is going through tons of coins from the other booths looking for those sliders. It's a real big deal for those guys, and some of them make huge money. And I've talked to Michael enough, heard enough of his stories, and I know that, he's made some serious money off of slider coins. So, and he is good at grading. I mean, he's won a couple contests, and he's always doing the ones on YouTube's channels when people are doing the guess the grades and stuff. So pretty cool. And I think we all tell us that we're trying to scale back from our purchasing, and especially when silver's high right now, and it's not really high, but it's high for the last year. So, and that's what I do. I try to average out a certain amount of time with what I expect to pay for silver. So if silver has been $15 in the last 5, 6, 7 months, I try to wait for it to come back. If it's at 17, $18, um, you know, I've been buying silver for probably 35 years, maybe a little bit longer. And it's the one thing is it has always gone up and down. It normally has a lot of lows and definitely has the peaks where it jumps up to 40 plus. And I've seen it a couple times in my lifetime and know it will do it again. So you just prepare as best you can and hope that you've collected enough to make some bank and start over when it drops back down. Um, and hope that it's just, the metals spiking and stuff and not some kind of financial crisis or something in our country, which I really am worried about. Yeah, I'm I'm hoping that we see computerized grading. I think that the computers are more than capable right now, and of course you'd have to get top end computers to do it. They have 56 core computers right now and bigger, but I think about a 56 core would do enough to be extremely accurate. There does need to be something with some type of human mix with it, though, because I think eye appeal is one that just can't be done by a computer. But who knows? There's so much they can do these days. Oh, I see what you're saying. Kittle coin greeting service. Yeah, he's a fun guy. I always value his opinion on my coins. So I wasn't gonna sell my MS68 red pennies. I had two that I had gotten graded that came back MS68s, and I was really pleased because at the time they were worth 500, maybe a little bit more. Well, one was worth about 800, but unfortunately, because of the way those they were 88D and 89, and because they're zinc coins, they don't have a big following, so there's not as many buyers out there for those prices. And normally those really high prices were guesstimates of like gray sheets and stuff. And even PCGS had some pretty high with expected prices, but they only saw those long time ago, 2006, 2008 and stuff, nothing recent. And then when the recent ones did start selling, they started halving the values and never did come close to what they were expecting. So that was really unfortunate. I sold one in an auction. In fact, it was Phil's rainy day um, fund, and I did it in his first auction. And I was expecting 130, 140 or so for that coin, and nobody bid on it. It didn't go nowhere. And it's unfortunate. And then I dropped the price down, and I think I said 40, and hoping that it would, somebody would bid on it, and then a couple more people would bid, but only Michael Kittle bid on it. And I'm sure he made, double or more on it, because that's what they do. And I expect it. But it's just frustrating to finally get some MS68 coins and not see that value that should have gone with it. I think there were 6 or 8 for the 89 that in the population. The 88D was probably double that. But yeah, pretty frustrating. But it is what it is. And I've sold the other one since. And the roll that the 89 came out of, I know I have more 68s. I'm hoping I have a 68 plus, because that really jumps up. But we'll see. It makes it hard with the zinc coins, because when you have the 60s and early 70 coins, and you're going for that 67, well, hopefully 68 grade, it's a whole different grade than a zinc coin. Because the zinc ones, because they're newer, they expect them to be shinier, more luster, better eye appeal. And you just won't see that, not very often anyway, with the older coins. So yeah, those were basically flawless. I mean, if I remember correctly, the 89 had one little tiny mark on the entire coin. And luster was really up there, but not as even as it could have been. It could have been a real blaster, and it wasn't. But that's just the way it rolls. When you have old rolls like I do, I wish that I would have kept the zincs completely away from the rest of the coins, because I do think that was part of it. Because I'm not able to just go gun-ho and be able to separate my coins and start putting them in into things like this. There's Majestic's name. Thank you, Majestic. Into these holders, and the airtights. I just physically can't, and have so many coins that nobody could. I probably could be 3 times further into it, but it is what it is, and I wouldn't want anybody else handling my coins. I've got a couple older grandkids that wanted to help, and it's like, okay, we'll see what you can do, and took some, not such high grade coins and saw how they did. And well, out of years and years of doing this, I've trained myself to be extremely careful. Like the one thing everybody does, I work in my lap most of the time because I'm in bed. And when I drop a coin, I already know not to grab it. I let it drop. I have a mat in my lap just for that. but it's everybody's reaction to catch it. And yeah, that's great if you got cotton gloves on, but when you're going through coins like I do, I wear the cotton gloves when I'm breaking open a bankroll and I'm trying to figure out what grades they are when I know they're really high. But after that, I handle them so I can get them into the air tights, and the cotton gloves is a bit of an issue. And that's a problem because if you touch the edges of the coin, although that's what everybody tells you to do, that does start the toning process. Normally, those are coins that I'm putting in air tights, and I try my best to have extremely clean hands. I keep my hands really dry because of all the stuff I handle. My hands are far from oily, and you just got to be careful. Things like touching your face, especially your nose, such an oily spot on your body. And even if you don't have oily skin and stuff, you still have tons of oils on your nose area and your face. And as soon as you do that and then touch your coins again, oh, that's the worst. And I actually had some coins I was going to show. I may not be set up for it. Let me see here. See if my microscope is hooked up here. Yeah, Majestic, I'm sorry, I didn't see you. Yeah, I do have it. Okay. Just a second. Come on up. And I don't mind people coming up and chatting and stuff. When I have certain guests on, though, I kind of like just having them up, especially when it's like Mr. Monkey Swag and Michael Kittle. I just have so much fun hearing the two of them just go. Uh, Even when I'm up on the panel, I just very quiet because I'm learning. I clicked on you, but it didn't do nothing. Just a second. Let me. Oh, there you are. It shows that you got the circle of weight going on. You might go out and come back in. Hey, there you are. How you doing? Can you hear me? That's right. I know you have a little bit of problem hearing me. Can you hear me now? Oh, he looks like he's froze. Yeah, just come in and out as many times as you need to until you can hear me and have better audio. So I know people who use their phones have the hardest time coming into the streams. And a lot of times when they're third or fourth person, that sometimes a couple of them can't hear each other's. So I'm seeing your picture, but it's not showing up on the screen. Just hold on a minute. I'll keep adding you. I know one of the things that seems to affect it is if you have a weak signal from your Wi-Fi. So you might need to get closer to wherever your Wi-Fi is located. Going through walls and stuff sometimes messes up the signal enough to where it really affects coming up on the stream. And I'll keep going here in just a second. And guys, if somebody comes into chat and starts ripping it up, just give me the heads up so I can delete them from the stream. Every once in a while, I end up with issues. Been pretty lucky though. Can
Sorry
you hear
about
me?
that. Yeah, I had to reboot. Sorry.
Perfect. Hear you really good.
Yeah. Yeah, I get up really early, and it's my day off.
Oh,
Let
well, at least
me
you got
show
the day
you.
off. Good for you.
So I kind of redoing my book.
Cool. So let me tell you what I'm seeing. You know, I've done this enough to learn everything the hard way.
Mm-hmm.
Anything that has stickers, labels, and stuff affect the coins. The adhesive just starts the toning process. Any type of paper that's not like museum quality or something set up for archival use causes
Okay.
the coins to tone. So
All
be
right. So
really careful using paper inserts and
get rid of that. I got you.
yeah, especially
All
the stickers. Now, if that's on the outside, you should be fine as long as keep it low so you're not really close to the edge.
Yeah, because it's like in a. Hold on, let me see if I can get one out. It's like in there on the
Yeah,
opposite side.
yeah, and I try not to use felt pens with stuff on the paper. Um, and if you do, just let it dry really good before you put it in the sleeve. Looks really nice. Hey, that's a familiar day. Yeah, I like the 54Ss. Very nice.
Yeah, I try not to keep them on the top end because you know how the top end always seems to be open, and then the other pages seem to stay tight. So I try not to stick anything up top. I have other coins that's just not in there. Just
Yeah, and the one thing I was noticing is with certain flips, like Guardhouse makes a couple flips that are a little better quality, but I
uh-huh.
find the pennies are loose in them, so I stay away from them unless I'm using like $50 or bigger. Then those better Guardhouses work really good. That's one of the toughest thing is finding a really good flip. I was using safe flips, but they scratch so badly after about 2 3 years of moving them in and out of my boxes. They totally fogged, and it's unfortunate because I really like them.
Yeah, that's what I'm using.
Yeah, yeah, I recognize them.
And then GC gave me. I talked to them and on because I'm gonna grade a few coins, and they said they have to be in these big ones.
Yeah, 2 by 2 or 2.5 by 2.5.
Yeah, so they gave me these. So
Yep,
I don't.
and even like for that, I always switch them out. I always use brand new ones. I never put any of my, especially my coins, to be graded. They're always in brand new ones that are still kept in the package. I keep the packages to where I just use a blade to cut a little slit just big enough for me to scoot them out. And then I keep those in special boxes that are made for museum archival quality stuff. So,
Sorry.
no problem. Michael Kittle, how you doing? Is that a 30? Nice. I can just see where it's starting to tone a little bit. Yeah, anything before 34, that's when you start seeing the values really jump through these red ones. Very cool.
Mm, 36. I showed you a 36.
Yeah.
I don't know where it went.
Yeah, there's a couple, but normally it's anything before 1934. The values for the reds are pretty good. There's a few exceptions, but and then the one that you want to look for is the 1954 Philly.
The 54.
Yeah, that one's worth ridiculous money. Very nice. Pretty nice fields. Hey, Michael.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Hey, Michael.
Sure enjoyed your auction.
I appreciate that. Yeah, thanks for all your help during that, and thanks for the bids you put in too. That was cool.
You bet. I was glad that you let Cutie Cat become a mod. Man, my fingers were getting kind of achy.
Oh yeah, I mean, like I said, you don't have to do any of that anyway. But I did appreciate your help. But
Yeah, I know, but I always appreciate it when one of the mods congratulate you when you do, when you participate. And
oh sure.
so,
But no, and then she started talking about other people, like like yeah, I'm gonna make you a mod because I don't want to go have to put a bunch of links up right now. So
yeah.
it's so
And
much easier.
she was congratulating people the whole time. And yeah, she's pretty good at,
Oh yeah,
thanking everybody and stuff. It was cool.
absolutely. That's some nice looking wheat cents there, Majestic.
Thank you.
He's got some nice early dates.
Very cool.
I think that's a 40.
Johnny Ray says ready for the next one, huh? Yeah, I got a bunch of stuff. I could probably start an auction tomorrow again, but I just I don't know. I got to get all this stuff, all the invoices out still, and pack those up first.
It was a lot of fun. You had a real good people. People really enjoyed what you had, and you got some really good competition bidding. And yeah, it was great.
Yeah, I think for some of them I was pretty happy with. Others I wish they would have sold more, of course. But I mean, that's the way it works at Idiom. I think I just I still put too many lots in one auction, even though I know I watch other people's auctions, and some people just take forever to sell one lot. But I think I go a lot faster than some. I mean, I was slower than I was last time just because I had the good camera hooked up and I was showing a lot more coins that way. But I think people like that.
Yeah. And I was going to tell you, when your camera's out of focus like that, it's normally because of glare. And if you
Yeah.
take a non-glossy sticker and
Mhm.
put it right on top of the coin, and then once the focus, quickly pull it away. It'll
Okay.
snap right back into focus. It's
Okay.
just a glare issue.
Yeah, it seems like whenever my thing goes out of focus, though, it's just so slow the focus in and out. It never like goes fast. I know that.
right, and it will if you throw that sticker on there or
Okay.
like a nice note or something.
'Cause it does that to me when I'm shooting my own videos, like my close-ups. Every now and then it goes out of focus, and I just gotta like start over, or when I just shoot pictures. I'll definitely try that.
Yeah, I was gonna say something in the chat, but I decided no, just leave them alone. Don't give them any extras right
Ah,
now.
no, it's quick. It's easy enough, and it doesn't take too long to focus back. But no, I think like just looking at the auction too. I mean, I had in the very beginning like 30, 40 people, but then by the time we got to the silver dollars, there's like 70 people there. It was kind of crazy, but then for like the last bunch, I mean, I just don't know if people were less interested in the stuff later, but it got down, towards the end, we were down in the 30s for people. So I think maybe it's just too long, and I'm going to try to do less slots next time. I'm going to try, but that's what I said about this time. And it's just when I'm putting stuff together for an auction, I just keep finding more stuff that would be fun. And eventually I just got to stop myself.
Very nice.
Yeah, Johnny Ray says Cutie Cat was the winner of our 09 SVDB. That's true. Very lucky.
Yeah.
And not only that, she's won several of my giveaways. I've probably sent her at least 4 different things just for other giveaways. She's real lucky on my streams. And even today, it's like when I was doing the giveaways where we rolled the dice, and it was like she was like right there, like almost winning because where her name was falling. So very lucky.
Yeah, that's normally the way it works. Those people that win those contests win all the contests.
But then again, she's in almost all my streams, and she stays there for a lot of the time, and so you got to be there to have that chance to win. So makes sense, I guess. Yeah, the last part was going in the Cajun Coin Hunters auction. I noticed that, and I know it was also Cherie Ward had a celebration for her 900 subscribers, and actually she got up to 1,000 during that. So it turned
Yeah,
into
there was one other too.
I'm sorry, what's that?
There was one other too that.
Yeah, and right when I started, I know Silver Nitrate was doing an auction, which I didn't even know about. So at the very beginning, it's just so hard to like find a time, especially if you want to schedule it in advance to like let people know, hey, I'm going to do an auction at this time, to like try to guess who's going to be streaming and who isn't. I mean, there's certain people I know that stream at the same time every week, so I try to avoid that, but it was just it's tough, especially if I want to do it on a weekend when I think more people are going to be available. It's just when I check to see like if we should like go to somebody else's stream, just from the people I subscribe to, I saw like 18 other people streaming at the time. I mean, not all of them are people I would recommend to go check out because they're just different stuff or smaller streams, but it's just like, that's why at the end I'm like, I don't know, I'll just read off a bunch of names. Let's go support all of them because I didn't know who to pick.
Yeah, boy, that's
too early for you, Midnight Silver Run. Yeah, and I'd like to do it later, but I just know there's so many more people doing auctions and stuff streaming later because I knew that Cajun was going to do that benefit auction. I thought I was starting mine 4 hours before he was doing, but I guess it was only 3 hours, and I thought I could get done in about 3 hours, but it ended up taking me like 4.5. So I knew when his was, so I didn't want to start at the same exact time. I tried to get it done earlier, but that's one thing I wanted to do, Midnight Silver Run, is that's why when I do my preview streams, I always tell people, if you don't think you can make it, and you see something you like, or if you want, then go ahead and send me the bids in advance. And I had several people do that, which, even though I know that doesn't work for everybody.
Whoa,
he does an auction every Saturday, but yeah, I know he does. It's just I don't know if he has a set time to do that, and it's hard to keep track of all that. I probably should have looked into it a little more, Johnny.
Yeah, that's the 36 that I emailed you about.
That's a nice one.
Oh, cool.
That's the picture. That's the picture of the email of this coin.
That's really nice.
Very, very nice.
Well, I haven't seen Roadrunner in the chat for a long time. Nice to see you, Roadrunner.
Hey, Roadrunner. Beep beep.
So are these for, well, not this one, but well, I don't know. Did you get this one out of a roll too? Or is that where most of your coins come from, or rolls that you find?
Yeah, pretty much. Yes, ma'am. Yep. And then I bought this one at the fun show. It was a nice deal, so I picked it up.
Looks great. Oh, Midnight's asking you a question. It's up on the screen, Michael.
Okay, I see it.
Yeah, I bought a couple of them, the ones that wouldn't open.
Yeah, I just typed in there for. I didn't want to interrupt the Majestic, but yeah, I had two the rolls of the 58 Philadelphias that were open tube rolls. I had two different ones of those, and those did not sell. But yeah, all the others sold. The 58Ds, just the 58Ps didn't. Yeah, those ones in the shrunken tube. I mean, the edges on all those are completely full red, brand new. The ones on the end look pretty much perfect, and I just know there's good coins in there if you can get them out safely.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to playing with them.
That'll be fun. Midnight, I was starting those at $10 a roll. And I just looked through a couple. I didn't look through all of them, just a few coins on the end. Yeah, some of them are not full perfect MS67 reds, but there's some nice coins in there. So there's a few that have some minor spotting, a couple minor discolorations, just like you'd expect in an open tube roll. But they're BU wheat cents. Can you get one for $10? Sure, if you want one, I'll send you one. You got to pay for the shipping, so it'll be a few bucks for the shipping. $64D.
Let's open it up.
Sure, if you want to.
All right, I got to set you down for a minute.
Yeah, Michael, I was going to tell you I had a couple things I wanted to add that I've been talking about picking up from you. So I'll send you an email with data, and I'll send you what I'm after,
Okay.
so I can do it all at once, so you can do it in one box.
Yeah, sure. And I only sent a couple invoices out, and then I just got tired and went to bed early, and that's why I'm up early now. But yeah, I'll get everybody's invoices out this morning.
Yeah.
That's the plan.
It was neat that you had some of your club coins up there.
Yeah, those just came in, and I thought it'd be fun to offer them to people if they wanted.
Yeah, I would have purchased a couple of them because I like those designs, but you know, I'm after that 55 one, and shoot, I have to think about the other one.
Oh yeah, if you want any of those medals or whatever, just let me know because I got extras of all of them.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite ones for the ones you guys did. Really cool. So in that 1790, is it 1790 taller? That restrike one? Michael?
I'm sorry, what's that? I thought you were talking to Majestic.
No problem. I forget the date. Was it a 1790 taller, that restrike?
It's the Austrian 1780 Maria Theresa's.
Yeah, I really like those.
That was a real nice one, and I mean that one because if you look up and if you see when they sell them, they sell two different versions. One's more of a satin finish, and that one's a proof like one. I remember at one of the ANA shows, the Austrian Mint was there at one of the World's Fair Moneys, and I bought the coins from them. And I think they were selling just a regular uncirculated one for like $20. But those proof-like ones, I think they wanted like 35 or 40 for them, like almost double. So that was a good deal, that one there. And it's just a really nice coin. And they're real popular too.
I kicked myself for not bidding a couple more times. Because I did bid on that one.
I can get the Maria Teresas if anybody wants them for less than that one. I think that one sold for 22, and you can get the Maria Teresas for basically, whatever. I mean, they're not a full ounce of silver. They're basically a little bit more, right around what a Morgan dollar's at. But they're nice.
Wow, these are nice. And I just messed it up.
Yeah, see, when I do it, I normally forfeit the wrapper and tear it so I don't have to do too much. And then I just start grabbing from one end and work all the way across. That way you're not moving them at all in case you've got something really special in the middle, because accidents happen really easy. And even when you're being careful, and when the coin is completely perfect and you start messing them, the edges start bouncing around against the faces.
Yeah.
Happen really easy. Copper's so unforgiving.
Let's see if I can fix this. I'm trying to be too careful and end up messing myself up.
I was spying on you guys a little bit before I actually said something in chat and heard Rich talking about when you're grabbing the edge of the coins there. And I was pretty much the same thoughts of Rich on that. Is like, I don't use gloves with the coins just because, I never have. And it's just so much easier to drop coins if you're wearing gloves. And but when you're holding coins that you think are going to be 67s or 68s, just that one little touch on the edge or trying to move them into a flip, that could cause toning or issues 10, 20, 30 years down the road. So what he said about drying out your hands and trying to make them as clean as possible. Yeah, well, before I handle, I just go scrub my hands, like acting like I'm a surgeon getting ready for surgery or something. And other times I've even because I know, like, whenever I've like dipped proof coins in the past that are real hazy and like use acetone and stuff, and you just put your fingers in it, that really dries out your hands. I don't recommend that because you're not supposed to just dip your hands in acetone, but I've done that before I handle coins just to really dry out my hands if I thought it was going to be a concern. And then, of course, my fingers crack, and then I'm hurting the next couple of days because I got cracks in my fingers.
Yeah, and bleed all over your coins.
Well, not right away, though. They're all on flips and off to the grading company by then. So.
Yeah, proof coins, now that's a little different. It is smarter to use the gloves with that one because just your finger going over the edge a little bit can start marking up the proofs. So, yeah, you do have to be really careful unless you're really experienced with it.
And mostly I try not even, putting them in the flip, I try not to touch the coin ever. If the coin's already in a capsule or something like that, I can open the capsule without touching the coin, and then I can grab the brand new flip out of the pack like you talked about. Always use brand new ones, and hold open the flip just enough and then slide the coin from the capsule into the flip without ever touching it.
Yeah, so, and hold that flip open, pinch it.
Absolutely. Don't let that edge of the flip, because those hard plastic 2.5 by 2.5 will scratch a coin.
Yep.
But then you got to remember, you can't get too crazy about it. You got to do the best you can to get it in those flips, the grading companies. But when the grading company has it, the grader's just going to pull it out of that flip with their fingers, and they don't wear gloves. So, but they know what they're doing, and they're trained to, not put prints on your coins as well. So you got to just trust that, they're not going to be the ones that ruin your coin.
Yeah, and it always makes me wonder about the tone coins. Have you ever noticed any scratches or mars from going in and out of the flips with the really high end?
I've seen them on coins before where you see like little scratches like that. And usually the scratches caused from a flip like that, you don't notice unless you tilt it just the right way into the light, or I guess it would be just the wrong way into the light. So you can be looking at that coin and there's nothing there, and all of a sudden the light will just catch it. It's a real fine scratch. I've never known it, but I've seen those on coins. But is that something caused by the graders of the grading company, or the person that put it in the flip that submitted it, or I don't know. I mean, I don't think the grading companies. I mean, they're going through thousands and thousands of flips like that a day, so I think they know how to get coins in and out of flips without scratching them. I would hope so. Hey there, Hector. Thanks for coming in.
Yeah, I see it too with some of the albums with the clear plastic being slid across.
Yeah, I was watching a mail call. Maybe it was a couple of weeks ago. I don't know if you saw it too. It was Sheldon doing his Dansko 7070 and putting new coins in, and just he was sliding them plastic slides and just like slamming them back shut. And it's like, I got to make a note because I need to send him an email. Just tell him you need to. Now he's just putting a lot of circulated coins in there, but every now and then he's putting like, a brand new like proof Roosevelt dime for the modern and stuff. So it's like he's gonna mess those coins up if he's not careful.
Yeah, most people that haven't handled the better, higher grades and stuff just don't realize that they can be damaged that easy. And boy, they really can.
Well, it doesn't seem logical that, you have a hard metal coin. How is a little piece of plastic going to damage it? But it does. I mean, the edge of that plastic's like a knife. I mean, believe me, I've cut my fingers on it before, too.
Yeah, and I've seen some of those plastics are rounded, but then you get some albums and not only are they not rounded, they're rough. They have a couple edges on them.
Oh, no. Yeah, usually the Dansko ones, at least the more modern ones, the plastic seems to be high quality and not less rough like that, but they'll still scratch coins, especially high grade stuff or proofs. I mean, I guess they'll scratch anything, but if it's a circulated, one, you're just not gonna probably notice it as much. But yeah, you just gotta always be careful with your coins if you want to keep them nice. Thanks, Midnight Silver Run, appreciate it. And if you stay on for a little while, once when Majestic shows all this stuff, next time I get up on screen, I'll show you the rolls because I got two different ones, and if you want to pick which one, that's fine.
Go ahead. It's fine. Go ahead. Hey, Midnight.
Hey there, Scent Hoarder. Hey. I like that.
Scent Hoarder, how you doing?
Witchy wishes there were coin shows in Maine. There's got to be something in Maine. There's no coin shows there? There's got to be. Have you tried going to coinzip.com? I'll type it in there because they list pretty much every show in the country. I would take a look there. They not only do they list shows, they list they have dealer listings, they have coin shop listings, and coin club meeting listings too. So you can just pick your state and you'll see everything that's going on. Well, everything that was listed on CoinZip at least. There are some things that don't make it up to that site if people don't submit it, but I haven't seen a show in Maine ever. Well, I guess if you're in southern Maine, you might be closer to some of the other states to travel to one, but sometimes it's worth, if you haven't been to a show or you don't have any local, it's worth a couple hour drive every now and then to go to one because they can be fun.
I'm not happy right now.
No coin shows in Maine. Wow. You don't know one person up here that even collects. I know there's people in Maine that collect coins because I sell stuff on eBay and I've shipped coins to Maine. I know it. I mean, Maine has a couple commemorative halves in the Classic Coronas. They got the 1920 Maine Centennial, and then they got the 36 York County Maine commemorative. So they have enough collectors to where they made two different commemoratives for the state.
I might get rid of this roll.
Yeah, Majestic, I don't know what it is, but I have a whole bunch of 64 rolls and 64Ds, and it for the most part, they're a more coarser, rougher coin. It's hard to find really nice ones.
Another place to check for coin shows and just different coin information is go to the ANA's website, American Numismatic Association. Their website is money.org, and you can search by state. And if there's coin clubs in that state that are members of the ANA, you'll get information there. And then sometimes you can go to those coin club websites, and then they'll have information on the local shows and stuff like that.
Yeah, in fact, Michael was showing one of his books, and I even spotted a coin club in a neighboring county that ended up being one of my cousins. Had no clue that they were collecting,
Yeah, that's pretty wild.
being part of a club. So
Yeah, and that's stuff you'd never just see online. I mean, it might not even be online anywhere. I don't even know if that club has a website, because not all of them do. But yeah, that's pretty cool.
Michael, I emailed. This is a nice coin. I emailed you for an invoice.
Yes, and I was just starting to get all those ready. I have your stuff here. Not only do I got to send you your winnings, but you also won one of the giveaways. That was awesome.
oh, that's right.
Yeah, I don't ever win anything.
One of the barber quarters, I think. Yeah,
Obviously not true, Majestic.
you do. You did win.
I'm a winner now. Yep.
No, I think most people like the way we do the giveaways there to kind of keep it a little bit random. And the person that won the one at the end says, wow, I never win giveaways because of my slow internet, and I can never be one of the first people to answer. I'm like, well, you won this one, because it was like number 17 or 18 on the list or something like that.
Man, this is a nice coin. It got that big old ding right there. Boom.
Yeah.
Big.
Well, that's why the real high grade ones go for big bucks. Because
I know, but just look at this grade though. This is a really nice coin.
yeah, definitely. Oh, I think a lot of people would still be happy with that, even with one of those hits.
Hey, Cajun.
Hey, Gaten.
AKA Boudreaux.
Hey, how y'all are today?
Doing good. How you doing?
Doing pretty well.
I'm doing good. How you, Mike Kittle, Rich, Majestic?
Nice to see you out there, Cajun.
Oh, yeah, I just got up a while ago. Well, about an hour and a half ago, something like that. Got me 4 or 5 hours sleep. I was tired after that auction.
Oh, I did. I saw a little bit of it, but I was in and out of consciousness.
It was, I think, almost went 6 hours.
I don't know type of whole. And I did a whole bunch of stuff the other day with my grandson, and then helped Michael with his auction. It was like, wow. After about 3+ hours, my hand started to say, "You've done too much today."
Yeah, I didn't even know Michael was on until somebody told me.
Yeah, I had saw that you were doing that benefit auction, and I remembered hearing the time. So when I was coming up with the time for mine again, I set it to start at least like 3 hours before yours, and I thought it was going to be 4 hours before, but I guess I did the math wrong with the time zones. But I thought I'd be done by then, but of course it ran a little slow, so I ran into probably about the first hour of yours at least.
We had like 30-something people in there in the first 10, 15 minutes.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that surprised me, actually.
Streaming, I got a notification, so I told people right away. It's like, hey, I understand that there's a lot of stuff going on, so definitely go over and support them, or have a few windows open if you know how to do that. So absolutely.
Right.
But no, hopefully you got. I was in there for probably about a half hour to an hour watching some stuff, and didn't bid on there.
Yeah, you were in there quite some time.
But yeah, it looks like you guys were getting some good prices for the stuff, and got a lot of activity.
Yeah.
Not to mention everybody giving it back.
Yeah, there was a lot of people giving Caden back the coin.
Yeah, that's just so generous to people in the community.
Yeah.
As we all know.
So some people said, look, I'm just going to send a donation. I don't want his coin, you know.
Oh, yeah, we had one of the lots in mine. It was just a Colombian $50. I started it at $8, and Tristan was in there. You guys all know Tristan, and he was like really wanting to win that one. So I was kind of telling people, hey, don't bid against Tristan, just let him have it, but without saying it that way. But
Right.
But when people were bidding and running it up, and then Tristan was getting a little frustrated, which sometimes the younger guys do. But and then I think Roy Driscoll ended up winning it and just said, "Okay, send it to Tristan." It's like, oh, that was just awesome.
Oh yeah. Well, I bet you he was like boudade a little bit, and then he was happy.
Oh yeah, like he was just like all heartbroken, like that was the one thing he was waiting for, the win.
Yeah. Johnny Ray. Hey. Oh yeah, Johnny Ray. He donated his bell.
Oh really?
Yeah, right at the end of the auction, donated his bell that Joe Durbin made.
Oh, those things go for a bunch of money. That's cool.
Oh, it did good. I mean, it did. Oh crap. $100.
Oh yeah, I was saying that.
Yeah, $100.
See those go for under 100. That's awesome.
And my hat, I only did one of my hats. I went for 100. I mean, I'm sorry, 70.
Wow.
70. And then Redneck Metals hats, they went for 35. Let me see, whose went for? No, that's what it was. Okay, mine was 70. Redneck Metals hat, which is a group of guys, metal pourers from gold to aluminum. They did two hats, and those went for 35 a piece, I think, or 34. Somebody else buy it now. And Big T got like 35 or 40 for one of his hats. Mama T, I think she got 40 or 50 for her hat.
Sounds like I need to make a hat.
Hey man, them hats go good.
Heck with these stickers. We need to start doing hat trades with people. No, that's great.
Get with Miss Ina. She'll make you a good price on some channel hats. You got a nice avatar. Channel sticker and just. But you want to get something that she can embroider. She can't embroider a Lincoln penny.
Oh yeah.
I mean, she could up to a certain point. Well, I don't know. I couldn't imagine putting a $20 gold piece on my hat.
Yeah, my mom used to do embroidery, and she had the machine where you could scan stuff in and then digitize the stitches and all that. And the more complicated the design, if you're trying to do images like that,
Yeah.
You can get them to come out nice, but you'd have to do it pretty large, and you'd have to have someone that really spends a lot of time on the design, and then that becomes pretty expensive. So yeah. Straightforward designs are the way to go for sure.
Yeah. But since I started advertising for her, she was the first one. I was the first one she made a hat for, like a channel hat. And I just started pumping her, advertising, pumping the info out there. And they got, I don't know, 5, 6, 7 other channels now with them making their hats and shirts. So yeah, she stays busy with the hats and the shirts, and then she does the koozies. Well, and actually her quilting business too.
Well, good for her.
And she even jeweled that one hat.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Really cool.
What's the name of those jewels?
Bedazzled.
Well, yeah, it's sounds like a some jet engine, Swarovski.
Oh.
Crystals. Right.
Yeah, Swarovski crystals. That's it. That's the only way I can remember that name, because I said it sounded like a jet engine. Or a rocket engine, something like that. One of them. Well, I was figuring out my super chats for the month of December. Altogether, I collected $131.94. I mean, that's total super chat. Okay.
After all the fees and everything, yeah.
Oh no.
Oh, okay.
No, $77.93. So
Yeah, they take a bite.
$78 out of 132.
They take a bite.
41.1%.
I looked at that too, Cation, and it seems like the first few super chats of the month I get, it ends up being like 40 to 45%, like you say. But then later in the month, after you've gotten some super chats, then it seems like it's almost an even 30%. So I don't know if they just, because it says when you look at what they take for super chat, they do take 30% plus the transaction fees. So I don't know if they just take a bigger cut off the first bunch. I don't know. It's just
Right. And then like the Apple fees too.
okay.
If somebody pays with Apple, they take it out.
Well, that might be part of it too, because I've had some super chats where I know it's the only one that I've gotten during a stream, even if it's someone just sending $2, and then later on I'll see it show up $1.40 in my account, just an even 70% of that. But I have other people send $2, and I only get like $1.19 of that. So I think it might be depending on how they pay too, like you said.
Yeah, if you pay with an iPhone, any Apple product, a Mac, iPhone, and it says in there, I saw it in there. I'm like, oh, okay.
Yeah, Silver Run. It does. It's a shame that they take such a cut, but I know a lot of people have a lot of fun doing the super chats, and like I said, I appreciate any of the support. But I think
me too.
Of the donator is to really support the channel. It would be so much better if you just send a check and there's no fees, or if you just someone other way. But believe me, I mean, I'm really thankful, and I'm sure Casion's the same way of any support. But yeah,
it's a shot in the arm, man.
Oh, but you know what? YouTube doesn't charge us anything to do this. They do a lot for us, and without YouTube, we wouldn't be on here. So
yeah, that's true. Hey, Spiked Head, Die Crack? No, I just woke up about an hour and a half ago, matter of fact. I have to do some. I got sent three $50 super chats.
wow.
3 last night. And
Crazy.
for the auction. But that was for Kim.
Right.
Kenneth Goodson, he was one of them buying and giving the coins back to Katie. And I'm talking about $50, $40, $50, $60 stuff.
Really cool.
She had a bunch of silver up there. So anyway, he said he was having trouble with PayPal or something. So he sent me a super chat for $50, and he said, make sure Kim gets this. I'm like, okay, not a problem. This is Kim's. But, and I just said it outright. YouTube is going to take between 30 and 40 to 45% of that. So she's just going to get a piece of it, Mm-hmm. So he said another 50. He said, here's some more. Add to it. And I'm like, all right. Then toward the end, he sent another 50. So I'm just kind of, that's what made me add all this stuff up before that hit, because I can, it had my month of December and then so far for the month of January. When is the time? I mean, like, the pay period stop? Is it like the 21st, 22nd or something?
I think it's just the end of your month. So whatever you get for the month of January, it'll just go January 1st through the 31st. But then that goes into your AdSense account sometime in the middle of February. I think for mine, it's like always around the 15th to the 17th.
No, it has about 7 or 8 days before the end of the month. And then the clock starts over again. It resets.
Okay.
It doesn't go from the first.
Okay.
I read something about it, and I was in all that one time because I was I got my I'll show you. I got my number in the mail from AdSense, and I didn't know they was doing that anymore. But they do, to verify your address so you can verify your home address. So anyway, I went like direct deposit, and then they said they put a deposit in my bank, for less than $1 or something. I probably won't see that deposit like till Monday, Tuesday. I'm just gonna have them.
Mine, and yeah, they send like 39 cents. Then you got to tell them how much they deposited or whatever.
Right.
It only
Right.
took about a week for to do it to mine. So
Well, I think I'm just gonna do the check route in the mailbox.
yeah. Spike Ted Die Crack. I think everything went pretty well in the auction for the most part. Yeah, some things I wish would have sold for more, but others did well. And yeah, I know I saw Mantic. That's the other one that I saw streaming at the same time with an auction. I went into Mantic's auction watch for a while, and I don't like to name names or anything, but that's kind of who I was referring to when I said some auctions take a while. I was waiting for one lot to come up. It was only 2 lots away, and it almost took a half hour because
Wow.
he likes to show off the coins a lot. And then I know it was just him doing it, so there's a lot of paperwork to do. But
Oh,
he does a really good auction too. And what I like about his is not only does he have an auction catalog, but you click the link, goes right to his website, and he has awesome photos of everything ready to go too. So
right.
I
And
definitely
he's having a
Yeah,
real good time.
but yeah, it's hard. It's definitely a slower auction. Maybe I go too fast. I maybe should go slower and try to talk people into bidding more instead of just selling them fast. But I just have too much stuff to.
Once you see that bidding slow down, to a crawl.
Yeah,
You don't go fast enough, Michael.
you don't think I go fast enough?
Yeah, because the one,
Right away.
the one and then the two. I don't know. Like when you see me bid, I go straight to what I'm 50, 100.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's part of just starting coins. Maybe. I mean, I tried to start everything lower than what I think it's going to sell for, of course, just to make it more fun.
Yeah.
But I think
I'm
that's
good.
one of the reason. I think Mantix was going a little slower because I think everything he was doing was starting at $1, so it was just some of that.
Oh yeah. Oh, at the end, AB Silver. Y'all know AB Silver?
Mhm.
Okay. He popped in. He joined in the panel, and he had an Australian 1 ounce silver bar, Queen Lizzie II on the front, and a cool ass dragon. This was a reverse proof, I think it was. Cool ass dragon on the back, or a proof. Anyway, man, that thing was nice. He started off at $1. Redneck, $1.
Yeah.
Skywatcher Sandra, $40. And that thing went for
Right.
oh boy, how much did that go for? I don't know, 60, 70 bucks, something like that.
No, but it's definitely great when people jump the bid up to the price that they think it's really going to be. Because I have that happen at our local coin club meetings all the time. We'll have people bring in a bunch of lots to sell at our live auctions. We do at every meeting, and they'll start a lot of things like at $1 or $2. And like for example, for a silver eagle that we all know is worth like $18 melted, they'll start at $1. Then we'll have someone bid $2. Then someone bids $3, and someone will bid $5, and then it just takes forever to go through that, even in a live auction. So usually when I see times running low, I just shout out whatever the current price is, put bids in.
Yeah, I'm a jumper too. I'd rather get further up there and then let it go dollar by dollar.
Right. We have some people, they just screw around at the auctions too. Like there'll be like something like that for a silver eagle. It'll start at $1, and then somebody else will bid $1.25, and then $1.50. It's just, come on, guys.
I don't know.
That's why,
I don't know if
that's why I
that's
just jump it right up to 1820 to where the value is, and then whoever goes from there.
Yeah, we usually do that. Like one of the people that run the club, either me or like one of my friends that is like the vice president of the club, is especially if we have a bunch of stuff to sell in our auction. But sometimes when it's only like a handful of things, then we let the guys have fun. And
midnight. I don't know if that bar might have went for $100. I know that spoon, Joe Durbin spoon, went for $100.
I had a couple of people email me about this one. I don't know if you saw this, Rich. I showed it like right in the beginning of my stream. Got a prototype silver pour.
No, just a second. Let me hold on a minute.
Wow, that's a thick piece of silver.
Yeah, it's just under 1 ounce. It's got a Lincoln cent design, and at the top it says Michael Kittle Rare Coins.
Oh wow!
Instead of Liberty, it says 999 silver, and then the date's 1909.
Who did that?
Cool.
Who did that for?
Don Barry from the coin shop that was in our stream. He just started doing silver pours, and he made up a die to stamp. And
oh, okay. So he poured a planchet and like the old Roman days.
Yeah, pretty much, and then hammered in the design.
Wow. Okay.
So he just did this one just like as a little button kind of silver, and this is a prototype. I actually got to give it back to him so he can then stamp the weight and everything. And then he did another one, so don't get me. I'm trying to get you in trouble, but it's the middle finger design and stamped in there just as a prototype. But so he's got a mold for that one. This one's about 3 ounces, but yeah, these are the ones I think I might have him make for me. Just a little button ones, like a thick Lincoln scent. But yeah, people saying, "Oh, are you going to sell that?" I'm like, I can't. It's a prototype. I can't do that. But I'm like, maybe once Don, my friend, gets good at making them and stamping them nice, then maybe I'll have a couple that are going to be available. But I just thought
like so. That's a nice size.
Yeah, I think he's going to try to make them 1 ounce, but I guess just in the melting process, it ended up being just under an ounce. But
who sent a super chat for $3 to Rich?
that was me.
Oh, that was you? Okay.
Yeah, you guys were talking about super chats and paying. I figured we better pay you.
I thought it was you because I didn't see another mic.
And it didn't even show me. I'll be darned.
I just did the sticker one. It wasn't just the fist bump.
Right. Yeah, super sticker.
I'll post it now.
Yeah, I guess if you're looking just in StreamYard, you don't see any of that, do you?
No, I'm surprised they don't have allowance for that.
It should come up with some kind of and I don't know if you do the chat ones, does it come up? Because that was just a sticker one. You can't type anything in on those.
Because I really like the way yours, showed who did it and put them up on screen. And even for your new subscribers, that was cool.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, that's all done with the Streamlabs OBS. That's all pretty much automatic. And I know there's different ways to show that and present all that. Because I just did it like the default, like real basic, because I'm only kind of learning how to use a lot of that stuff. And I think that's one reason a lot of people like doing super chats, because then it shows their name and everybody like sees it, and it's kind of fun.
Yeah, they get attention. It brings attention to their. If somebody wants to get a comment out there.
Yeah.
Hey, that comment's highlighted big time.
Oh, especially if you're in a real busy stream or something like that. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Of course. That's why I just did a $3 super chat for Rich, just because it was fun and everybody can see it. But yeah, would I have just pulled up PayPal and PayPal'd Rich $3? I mean, yeah, maybe, because I do support Rich and his channel, but that's not quite as fun, even though Rich would get an extra 50 cents out of it or 30 cents.
You tell
Rich. You see that, Rich? There's the corporate right there. It's not an original bank wrap roll. There's an ender in the middle of the roll.
Oh, yeah.
See it?
I used to see that a lot with the Wells Fargo rolls.
Oh, wow.
I was wondering why it was spotty.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that have the old crimpers, and they're putting those rolls together.
Yeah.
See the grade right in the middle of the roll.
Oh, it blows my mind when people look at original rolls and just think, "Oh yeah, that's definitely original," just by looking at the end. It's like, well, the same thing that crimped that roll 50 or 60 years ago, you can buy them today.
Yeah, I knew it wasn't original right when I looked at it.
Yeah.
Jeep and John, what's up, my brother?
Jeep and John.
Well, no.
But sometimes, you could have a coin like that in a roll where, it was re-rolled way back when too, but it's,
Yeah, I just tossed it right back into circulation. See, what happened was when I first originally opened the roll, I seen it was spotty. I wasn't liking the roll. And then now that I got in the middle of the roll, I found an ender in the middle of it. So I knew right then it affected the whole roll.
Yeah.
Was that a paper roll or a plastic tube?
Paper
roll. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
What writing do they have on it? Printing.
1 second, Cajun, I'll get it to you.
United California Bank head office. Okay, yeah. No, that's not an OBW roll right there. I can tell right off the bat. That's not a Fed bankroll. It's a bankroll, but it's not a Fed bankroll. Big difference.
Thank you, KJ.
That's
Learning me
what-
something
that's
new
why
all
when
the
you get
time.
with the rolls, you just really don't know what you're going to get until you get into them.
Jeep and John, how you doing?
I tell you what, Chuck had some.
Gee.
Chuck Daughtry had some plastic rolls.
Yeah.
Tubes. I mean, and this is the way the banks used to do them back then. It was the double-ended caps, and they were taped and stuff. But anyway, he opened a couple of them on like some roll reveals. Man, they had some beautiful RPMs in there and some doubles.
Yeah, the plastics hold up really well. I've had a whole bunch of them.
Hey, Rich, Michael Kittle, Cajun, and my brother Majestic. Happy early birthday!
You still at work,
Thank
John?
you.
I've been up since I woke up at 2:44 this morning with back spasms. I'm working a double today, so I won't get off till 10 tonight.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
Great way to do the day. I know those back spasms.
Scott
Yeah.
Master K, good morning. Bon matin.
So yeah,
Scott Master K donated a Silver Eagle to that auction also.
guys, I've been working on my list for my auction.
Cool. I bet you got a hell of a list.
We got a lot of Proof 70 ASDs. I got a roll of Canadian Timberwolves. I got 5-ounce rounds, a lot of 5-ounce rounds, 10-ounce rounds. I got 5-ounce round pandas that are encapsulated, proofs,
Wow.
graded. Comes with the box, the COAs, all. I mean, I got a ton of stuff. I'm incorporating a lot of my other stuff in it, and eventually, probably the next couple of weeks, I'll be doing one. It's gonna be a monster freaking.
I can imagine.
Start saving your money, everybody.
Yeah.
It's gonna be huge.
Cool.
Hell,
Man.
I mean,
You're not going to do that at like 6, 7 in the morning for me. It's not going to be a coffee chit chat auction, I hope.
Yes, sir. That's my time. No, I'm kidding. No, I'll actually take off work for it. I'm looking at maybe even February 7th, doing it actually February 7th. That'd give me plenty of time to promote it, get the word out, do videos of what's in it. People can do their own research and stuff like that.
Well, I found that helpful in a couple that I've done, just to at least have a good list for people.
I'm working on a PDF file that people can download and see.
I mean, if you just started selling stuff like right now, just even on the camera you're on, cell phone holding up, people would buy it and you'd do okay. But you'll do better if there's a list. And
I'll have a list. I'll actually I'll have my scope and everything hooked up for it. I'll have both webcams going. I'm not going to do a stream. I thought about doing a StreamYard. I might have to do the first part of the auction. I might just do it with OBS. I'll stop the auction and actually start with another one with StreamYards and do that with Uper Girls because she's got a lot of stuff because we do a lot of auctions together.
Right.
And
But
really,
yeah,
it seems like if you got two people doing sales like that, it seems to go a lot faster and smoother. Because if you're just doing it on your own, kind of like I do, after you
Yeah.
sell, you got to do some writing and then you got to do some getting ready for the next slot and there's down. But if you can just back and forth sell stuff like that, it might go easier.
yeah, I already got a list of everything. You know, I've been working on it, so I'll have my own printout. I had blank spots and stuff, so I can write who did it. And guys, these 5-ounce rounds. There's multiples. Like you know, like the ASEs. I mean, there's more than one that are 70. I mean, I don't think I have silver proof sets. A lot of like 5 or 6 proof sets, silver proof sets. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of stuff.
cool.
Very cool. It's one thing I've seen too, though, John. If you start putting too much stuff all together, which I've learned in both of mine, just some people run out of money too. So
Well, that's why I've decided some of the 5-ounce rounds I'm gonna do wheels on during the stream.
Oh, really?
Oh, okay.
Yep. So I'm gonna sell them right out. Well, I'll probably start out doing one on a wheel, so people can do spots on a wheel, like 10 spot
Yeah.
or whatever, or 30 spots at 10 or something like that, something crazy. Then I'll offer, hey, if y'all are still on, I got one for sales coming up later in the auction.
That's
So
fun.
I've been working on some different things and stuff to come up with it. And I'm not going to have like all high end stuff. I'm gonna have a mixture of like little sets, BU 90% Kennedys and things like that.
Cool. Well, I haven't seen people do it before, but that one we did with the mint bag where I said you have to do it by super chat only.
Yeah.
That was pretty fun, and people seem to have fun with that. So
Yeah, you're welcome.
thank you very much. But no, what's cool, I mean, yeah, even though YouTube takes a good cut there too, but I mean, it's not like a regular auction because I still got the money from the underbidder too, so it ends up being okay. And
Yeah,
so
it's not to say it's not just overall the winner that got it for the bigger amount. You add them all together, you went ahead.
oh yeah, and that's why I've said whatever that winning bid is, I'm gonna come up with something for a giveaway and give back with that. But because it was really just a canvas bag. I wasn't even really expecting to sell too much anyway. But no, that's awesome. That's definitely going to be on the way to going out Tuesday.
Yeah, because I knew it. I was like, man, he's making a lot of money off his bag.
Even with YouTube, well, I didn't think it was going to be. I didn't even think you'd run it up to $40 the other night.
Well, see, I have a couple. Well, see, look, this is what my plan is now that I'm going to get that bag. I have another canvas bag, a smaller one of another denomination. And I got some really cool stuff from Rich Cali, some old rolls and things like that I'm actually going to make a huge shadow box and put all this stuff in it and make my own framework and stuff and put all this stuff in it.
Well, let me know when you do it, and I'll send you a bigger variety of that old stuff.
That stuff it's sitting right on my dresser, dude. I absolutely love it. I mean, this stuff is like freaking phenomenal.
What was the stuff you sent, Rich?
The original 1919, 1920s bank wrappers.
Oh, okay.
They look brand new. Even a manual of actually how to use it and wrap the rolls and stuff too. It was really cool.
Yeah, I've seen him show that stuff on his streams, but that's just cool stuff.
Yeah. Most of that was out of sealed boxes that I personally opened about 8 years ago.
Wow.
So I'm gonna make a huge shadow box and kind of put that old canvas stuff in there too as a backdrop. Then and stick the other stuff on it. I think it's going to look absolutely wonderful when I'm done.
Yeah, I have a wood grain nickel one from the 30s. They sell for $25 and $30 a piece or more on eBay when you see them. And I've only seen them a couple of times. I have a couple of those. They're fun.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, all those nickels I got they're Michael, that's all going to Dodge.
Oh, really?
He's a big Jefferson guy, and I tried to get him on the stream, but he didn't know about it, and I was trying to tell him about it. So that's why I originally bought the spots and stuff for him, and he missed it completely. He didn't even know what he's getting. I got a BU roll of 59Ds, too, that he's going to be getting.
Oh, sweet.
Unopened, that he don't even, know about.
I'm glad I snuck a nice 50D in there for him then.
That one's going in my book because I know he had it. I don't have one.
Oh, I took a look at that one. That had some good steps on it too and everything. I'm like,
yeah, I did too. I was like, man, this thing is blinging.
That's
but
the
don't
one
tell
thing
everybody
I
else I
noticed.
said that because I didn't send those to everybody. That's for sure.
The war nickels and stuff like that, I'm gonna be keeping myself because I don't have them, and I know he does. That's his passion, believe it or not, is the Jefferson nickel. I had
It is.
I had Ed Nikolai sent me a 67 encapsulated MS67 one, and it was sent to my address because I guess I'm the only one he had. I'm opening it, I was like, oh, cool. I opened it up, and I was like, oh, wow, what? Then I opened the letter up, and he's like, hey, can you give us the Dodger 455 for me? I was like, damn it.
But no,
I was
you
like-
saw how fast I was going through those in the stream. There's got to be some varieties on some of those or some other cool stuff. So he'll have a lot of fun going through those.
Oh yeah, because I bought him a scope. We got him a laptop for Christmas. I got him a webcam, so he's actually going to be up in his game some. So
Well, how we all broadcasting from the Dodger garage?
yeah, he will be.
Like for the Easter egg. Okay, wait, where was the Easter egg?
It was in the Dodger garage. I actually that
Okay.
was my whole computer system. I went home.
Oh,
I mean,
okay.
I
Gotcha.
brought my desk or not my desktop computer, everything
Right,
I had to bring to his garage and get hooked up. That was a nightmare. That's why after that stream, I was like, okay, I'm making a studio. This ain't happening again.
Yeah, because y'all went live quite a few times from the Dodger garage.
Yeah, but I also used the laptop, but that laptop is so outdated and old. But I did fill out. I got everything filled out for my monetization. I'm just waiting to hear back from them now.
Yeah, you should have that pretty soon.
Yeah,
and
and
you have your AdSense account up and running. It's pretty quick.
And you're gonna get one like that in the mail
I already
from
I already
AdSense.
I already went and changed all my video for adults only. Yeah,
What you
So-
mean for adults only?
no kids.
Oh, you mean you just type that in your description box or something?
No, you got to go into YouTube Studio and you can do it that way. And you
Well,
can actually
John,
get.
Did
If
you
you
do it
hit-
where you said it's not made for under 18, or did you actually age restrict all your videos?
I age restricted it.
Okay.
You mean like 18 plus? That little
Yep.
box you check? Those are not gonna be monetized.
Yeah, I don't think you have to. No, they
No.
can be monetized. It's just a lot of advertisers won't advertise on 18
Right.
plus.
No, they will not be monetized. If you click that box 18 plus,
But that's the only two options it gave me. No, not for minors or blah blah blah. That's the only two options it gave me.
Well, that's something different, John. That where you say not made for minors or made for minors. That's different. There's another
Right.
option when you set up your videos to age restrict your videos. Those are two different
Oh, okay,
things.
Right.
okay.
If you're the
Yeah.
one where you said it's not made for minors, that's fine, and that's what we all should be doing.
Right.
None of
yes,
us-
it's not made for kids. You know, everybody has to do that.
18 plus age restrict, then those don't get monetized.
Right.
Well, that's every one of my videos because I already did it,
Yeah. Well, if you click the
We'll
box,
see once they start going what you did.
and you
Right,
can't
right.
undo it.
you can't.
Nope.
When you click that box, you can do it.
No.
Okay.
When I already uploaded them or re-edited them, I can't unedit them again.
I gotcha.
Oh,
But my next videos, though, I can do that. You know, I just did everything before. Now I just went ahead and did that because I mean it's just too much of a fine line of what they're trying to do and not do. So it's just safer that way for me because I mean I'm sorry, I don't want people like Tristan in my stream.
Fair enough.
I mean,
Everybody got to make that decision and do what they think's best for them. So I mean, that's
yeah, that's right. Yeah, yeah.
I mean, like people like CCO, he's fine because he set his account up to be an adult, although
Right.
he's
Yeah.
you know he's younger, so that's fine, and I let him stay as a mod and everything like that. But I just don't want to risk it.
Right.
I don't want to. I don't want to risk losing my channel or get strikes against me.
Right.
And I mean, I hate to be that way because I think it really freaking sucks because you know I like kids like Parker and stuff. You know.
Right.
even though you're so mean to them.
That kid, I like it. It's a fun thing that we do together.
I know, I'm just teasing.
I know, but some people take it literally that I'm a bully
I
to
can
this.
imagine if someone doesn't know you guys or comes to your stream for the first time, they're like, man, look at this guy.
Yeah.
Beating up on a 12-year-old.
Well, it's just like CCO gives him so much grief, and people don't realize how young he is
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I don't even know. Yeah.
because he don't sound like he's 15.
No, you don't. He sounds like an adult, you know.
Yeah. So,
Wow.
but yeah, no, I hated doing it myself personally, but I mean, I don't want to risk it yet until I actually learn more about it, and they, so
Just be careful with the box, like when you editing your video.
yeah, I always do, because usually if I upload something, it asks me, but live streams I don't. Then I have to go back and edit it after the live stream, but I can do that to where it's
No, I do mine before. I
Not
monetize my live streams. I do them before if I think it's good enough for monetization. Like the auction, I monetize that one, but it puts it on a limit. It only gives a commercial before the stream, not during.
Yeah, see, I have to learn about that myself because I just don't.
But you got to be careful with that box, like age restricted. If you're going to see age restriction, and if you click on that, it's going to give you the option 18 plus. If you check that box, it'll tell you, okay, this video or stream or whatever will not be monetized.
Okay.
It'll tell you that right away.
Yeah, and I don't
That
think
way you can unclick it.
If you've already set up that it's not made for kids, I think that gets us in the clear as far as all these new rules.
Oh, right.
And that's what SMK is just asking in chat. You have all those videos not for kids. I think that's what we're all supposed to be doing. But the other option to check 18 and over, that's like if you're going to be, cussing and swearing or showing.
Well, that's the problem with my panels. And I've tried to tell people, like, dude, don't cut.
Right.
I mean, I let it go for a long time, and it got to a point like, look, no more of this.
Right.
I can't have you up here doing this. I'm trying to be family friendly as much as I can, but it's like sometimes it's like, come on now.
Well, especially when you have other people up, it's harder to control. But yeah, even like I know I do mine, and I try to keep it as family friendly as possible. But every now and then something slips or whatever.
But I just want to even mine would be just the super chat thing. That's the only thing I really care about. It's not more so the monetization. Because I have people always wanting to help me with money for because I do a lot of giveaway. It costs me so much money in shipping and costs. So I got a lot of people who donate money just to help me with shipping.
Oh, absolutely! Like I was thinking of doing it the other day, and I'm like, oh shit, he doesn't have a super chat available just on some of those giveaways, and nice to say here's $5. Help.
I've got packages sitting on my floor for 2 weeks now.
John, once you reach about $70 or $80, it's called a threshold. They're gonna send AdSense is gonna send you one of them because your super chats go through that too.
Well, I would just leave it all in there. I mean, they just automatically they pay you, or
every
month you're gonna be getting a check.
Well, if you got it set up through your bank account, you just do the automatic transfer. And I think but
every month you're gonna get money.
Oh,
like I said, just from your videos, you'll get a few bucks here and there just from the ads that pop up if you have.
Right. Yeah, I think I got $3 or $4, $5 in ads so far, maybe
there's
6.
There's people that pay for the YouTube Premium so they don't see the ads. So, for example, just during that auction I ran, some of those people watching had YouTube Premium. I'll probably get like $1 or $2 just because they were watching.
Yeah, I got a couple bucks of YouTube Premium. I sure did. Yeah, it tells you that in your analytics too.
Yeah, so they pay us because they didn't see the ads, but YouTube made money off of them, so they share it with us.
Yeah, David Carlisle. He has YouTube Premium. He don't see any ads.
Sheldon does, and I know a few other people told me they have it. Yep.
I don't have it.
Sheldon was worried because when I got monetized, he's like, hey, I got the YouTube Premium, so I can't click on your ads and help you. I'm like, don't worry, I get paid because you watch. I mean,
that's right.
That's not a big, thing anyway. I might get 10 cents or 20 cents, whatever the heck it is, but it's like, I just thought it was cool. He was like, should I get rid of that so I can click on your ads? I'm like, no, don't.
Well, I tell you what I need to do is now that if I do get it like that, I'll just start trying to push people to watch my playlist.
Oh, no doubt.
Just get play all night.
Yeah, there you go. Well, that'll build up ad revenue.
There's a lot of people that can't afford to send super chats or do things like that. But, if they really want to support you, say, watch my ads and actually click on them, because I think.
Once they click on it,
I know when people just click on them, I get like, instead of the 1 cent you might get if they just watch the video, you get.
Can you pick what ads are played?
I'm sorry, what's that?
Can you pick what ads are played on your channel?
You can't. You can pick certain ones that I think I don't think you can. I don't think there's a way to do it.
Okay.
There's something you can do with ads after a certain amount of time, of being monetized, and how many your fan base and stuff like that. There's something that you can pick. I don't know if it's the companies you can pick or what.
Yeah, I think you got to be a much bigger channel than we are, though, or something.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You got like 100,000, 200,000, something like that.
Either you get ads or you don't. Yeah, I've seen some of my own videos when I watch them back because you'll get ads on your own videos when you go to watch them, and it's just some of the ads I'm like, oh, I don't really like that on my video, or, like especially some of the political ads.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was saying.
I mean, I don't know, like if the same people get ads or if not. Since I'm in California, I get different ads. I don't know how exactly. I think I get different ads because I'm in California. Because I get ads every now and then for the covered California, like basically California's version of Obamacare and things like that. So I don't think there's a way you can totally block it. But I think all of our viewers, they know how that works. We're all used to click and skip the ad.
Sometimes I'll watch an episode of Gunsmoke or something, or for instance, and I'll get a 1-minute ad from a local car dealership in Lafayette.
It's 23 degrees right now. I'm freaking froze.
Wow. Now it's warmer in your work cooler than it is outside, huh?
Yep. It is. But yeah, I'm gonna get back into work. Hey, Rich, thanks for having me up, buddy. I miss you, man.
Yeah, I appreciate you coming.
All right, Jeep.
Have a good one, Jeep.
Y'all have a great day. I'll see y'all tomorrow morning.
All right, Jake.
Here, man.
Man, this 72 roll's making me sick right now.
Why is that?
Another problem. Now I'm spending my whole morning with this box and start getting rid of some stuff.
Well, are they mostly the same day?
In this box, it's a little bit of a mixed one.
Because I just start making rolls, pull the better coins out of the center, and just start making some rolls. That way you get rid of anything toning and spotty or whatever. And
yeah, it's what I had 2 out of that roll, and the rest is
wow.
Yeah. Spotty.
Yeah.
This S is really high.
That's nice.
Yeah, that wasn't look too bad.
Yeah, it is. Bam, bam.
Yeah.
Oh, you got one little carbon spot on it right there.
No, I see millions.
No, but that was a pretty good size one in front of his mouth.
I see millions of them.
Oh yeah.
Well, really little tiny fly specks like that I don't have problems with. But yeah, when you get 1 or 2 big ones that draw your eye, that kind of sucks.
Look at the collar. Boom.
Yeah, the hazing.
Oh, man.
Yeah, the 71s are tough with that. You see it more often on them.
Y'all were talking about the 64 Denver rolls earlier. I don't know, about a year ago or so, I ordered a bunch of rolls from the coin shop that I always dealt with, and every roll, I mean, like the 64 Denver, I'm talking about beautiful. The 59s were beautiful. But they had a roll of 63 Denvers. Man, them things were full of spots. I think I only got like maybe 9 or 10 coins out of that roll that didn't have spots.
This is a San Francisco roll, so this roll should really pop, and it's not. It's garbage. Garbage. Whole roll.
Well, that's a chance, we all take when we get rolls.
Oh, I know, but my reaction's the same on every one of them when I get disappointed. I don't care if it's my millionth roll. I still react the same.
Just like when you get that losing lottery ticket, you're bummed out because you were dreaming about the million. I know.
Exactly. Then you open it, it's like wah wah wah. You can tell right away, and whether it's for me in a roll, and you open it, and you come about 2-3 in, and they start to really pop. You have a good roll.
Rich, he breaks his roll in half with his hands like that. Pop. He breaks them in half. Starts from the center on each side and goes toward the outside. And if they spot the inside, he'll just put them to the side. He won't even go through the whole thing.
See, I don't mind when I get a roll and it's not as what I expected, or if it's a little spotty and stuff. I mean, as long as they're still uncirculated, even like a 72S roll like that. Yeah, it's a bummer, but I still just put them in 2x2s, and then I end up giving them out to kids at one of the shows or the coin club meetings. And you think they're just worth nothing and nobody cares, but when you give like a nice bright red, even like a 72S to a kid at a coin show, some of them just get so thrilled about it that it's kind of fun.
Well, it's
Yeah.
old,
So
really old.
yeah, well, yeah, it is old to them, right? I guess.
Yeah, they born 2010.
Well, yeah, they don't even know the memorial scent because they've always had the shield scent.
Yeah.
It's like finding a Wheatie to them, maybe. I don't know.
I mean, the fields are clean. It's a nice, it's a nice coin. It's just, it's not my nice.
Mm-hmm.
Man, you sent that roll to me. Yeah.
This is not out of that box.
So Majestic sent me a couple rolls, and I went through the 60 last night with him, and oh man, it's a great roll. In the 54S, there's quite a few, about a third of the way down, and then the other end was toned or starting to tone, and it affected quite a few coins on that end, but still some great coins on the opposite end. So yeah, I got a nice surprise when I started opening it. I was actually able to get to the third coin and see it was a really great coin, and put it away. Told everybody, nope, you got to wait till Majestic comes on, and realized I didn't email him or nothing, so I went and emailed him really quick, and yep, Majestic showed up about an hour later. 45 minutes later, it worked out perfect.
Nice.
Well, I hope you enjoy the hunt. I really hope there's a 68 maybe in that 60D roll.
That'd be great.
Maybe. It's a good possibility. From what I was seeing from the fourth coin.
Yeah, I think there's a better chance with that one than you would with, the 50s coins for sure. The best ones I've seen are the 68Ds. Man, I've had just some absolute high luster, perfect, really sharp 68Ds. But you sure can see the difference. And I don't know if, the mint just got new equipment or they changed their metal contents a little or did something before a pre-wash or something. But boy, it sure is different than all the others.
Mm-hmm.
So in 54Ds the same way, I see tons of really nice 54Ds.
I mean, these are not bad coins. There's a few spotters. I'll throw it in their circulation bin.
Butchie
Just-
Harding, he just won a 1891 Philly, 1897 New Orleans, 1921 Philly Morgan dollars, about uncirculated AU for $49. Wow. Yeah, the eBay auction more than likely.
Cool find.
Especially for a couple of the 1890s there. That's always a little more
I
fun.
mean, there's a really nice 72.
Yeah. Already
That's
started
clean.
cartwheeling.
That's clean. Let's look at it.
I think all in all, we raised right at $1,000 for Kim,
Oh, good. That's good.
if not a little more. I'm leaning toward the $1,100 range, if I'm not mistaken.
No, it's great to hear about that. That's awesome.
It went well.
Now, is he a younger guy or is he over 18?
Who?
Her son.
No, he's 14, I think.
Oh, what a I just hate hearing that. That's so sad.
Yeah,
Already down to one kidney.
yeah, he was born like that with one.
Oh, I'll be darned.
One wasn't functioning, so they gave him something as a young kid to kind of dissolve that one kidney, and that medicine kind of did something and didn't kind of work out the way they thought it would or something, so that kind of affected his health a little bit.
Man.
Oh, I gotta fire up the snowblower. Oh boy. Yeah, summertime you gotta cut grass, wintertime you gotta blow snow. Oh, and them snow blowers ain't cheap neither.
No, no.
It's one thing I've never had to do.
You're
Me
not missing
neither.
much, Rich. Don't worry about it.
Man, oh, nice strike. Good obverse. You flip it around,
Oh,
bam.
oh, right there. Wow.
And then bam, bam.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that means further in the roll you've got more chances. So at least you're not seeing like the steps. To see the last 2 or 3 steps all dissolved from poor strike or part of Monticello missing, that's the ones you worry about. Coins like that, that's a great looking coin. You just need one that's got a little less things going on.
Yeah.
Better
And that spot, it
chances
almost
in
looks like
that
you
roll.
picked that right off, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. It does.
But I
It
know
looks like a toothpick will flake it off. But it won't, more than likely.
unfortunately.
That's a really nice coin, actually. Until I seen that.
Yeah, like Rich said, I mean, hopefully there's another one in the roll that doesn't have that on it. Has that same kind of skin on the coin, just that luster and the color and just beautiful surface.
Yeah, and a lot of people don't pay attention to the rims. And if you're truly going for that 67 or higher, man, that rim's got to be really nice.
Yeah.
Look at that strike. It's nice.
Yeah, it looks really nice.
Wow.
Sweet.
Butchie Harding said, SMK said, my dad bought a snowblower the year I moved out of his house. You must have been his snow shoveler for him.
You need a snow blower when you got something to shovel. Oh boy.
He told his wife he would never shovel that snow again.
That was one of the things I hated about living in the Midwest so much. Is just all the snow. And I just remember when I was growing up, teenager and all that. And my dad had a tool truck and he'd sell tools to mechanics. And if there was a snow in the middle of the night or we knew it was going to happen, he'd be waking me up at 3:30 in the morning because we had to clear the driveway so he could get the truck out for his route. And And then of course I had to go to school after that. Oh, it was just horrible. I hated it so much.
Oh, I could imagine.
Part of the deal. So I don't miss that at all. But that was usually only when it snowed a bunch because you had a big truck. If it just snowed a couple inches, you drive right through that.
But look what it did for your work ethics.
It made me hate it even more. Made me become an attorney so I can just sit at the desk.
I think Michael Killer wrote that song, California, Here We Come.
Oh yeah, occasionally when I decided. Well, I went to school at University of Illinois, but then when I decided that I wasn't going to go right to work after school, and I was going to either go to law school or business school or something, it's like I've had enough. So I applied to all the schools in Florida and California and Hawaii. That was it. Didn't even apply to University of Illinois. I probably could have went there real easy and maybe even got a scholarship there. They got a good school, but I'm like, I got to get out of here.
That's not a bad look going there.
They had already moved to Hawaii, so I really didn't need to stay in.
Yeah, that's the obverse of the one with the big dot on the monitor.
Oh, the steps. Oh, okay.
It's a really nice strike. It's a nice coin. I just wish I didn't have that big mark and that dot on the back.
Yeah, and I see a little bit on the rim above God. Oh, it's a little bit further.
Yeah.
SMK is near Tampa, so he doesn't have to worry about the.
Uh-oh, train horn coming through. I got to get me some more coffee anyway.
I went to Tampa once, maybe about 20 years ago, or somewhere around there. Back when I was in college, went there for a conference that I was invited to. I liked Tampa. It seemed like a nice town. I think I was right there right around Halloween, and I think there was a big celebration or something Tampa does around Halloween, if I'm thinking right on that. Maybe I got that wrong. But I just remember I thought I was probably like 19 years old or something, and there and for this conference, and then they realized the big thing was going on in town, so of course we ditched the hotel and went right downtown and had a bunch of fun.
I like that coin. I think I'm just gonna flip it. Like Michael said, give it to some kid.
Oh yeah, I mean if you go through a bunch of different dates, something I've done with some of the local coin clubs, you just buy a whole bunch of them Whitman folders wholesale, and you can just start filling up a bunch of them. And if you give a kid a Whitman folder that doesn't even have to be full, it can just have a handful of nice BU ones, even if they're spotty. I mean, that's just a good start for a lot of kids. They'll have fun with it. Yeah, we had one guy not too long ago donated 100 Whitman folders, all for the Lincoln Cents to one of our clubs, and we brought those to one of our local coin shows and gave one to every kid that came in, and we had a couple bags of wheat cents and better memorials. We just dumped out on one of the tables and let the kids sit there as long as they wanted, filling their albums.
Oh, that's nice.
They had a blast with it. Of course, some of the parents didn't like it because, yeah, a lot of kids would sit down and they'd sit there for like 5-10 minutes just filling up some holes. But, of course, there's always a few kids that they sat there for 3-4 hours trying to find every single date and looking at every coin on the table, and the parents trying to be patient and, encourage their kids. You can tell the parents wanted to get the heck out of there. It's kind of fun.
Well, if you want to keep the kids out of your hair while you walk around the show, that penny table would have been a good babysitter right there.
Pretty much was, yeah, for some of them.
Mr. Monkey Swag, what's going on?
What up, Mr. Monkey Swag? He did a really cool video a few days ago. I don't know if you guys saw it on his 10 favorite purchases of 2019. He's always got some cool stuff to show.
Yeah, I saw that one. It was a great one.
I tried watching it because he sets it up as a premiere, which I've never tried doing the premieres yet, but I've seen a lot of other people do it, and it seems kind of fun. But I was in my car at the time, just driving through some places with some spotty coverage, so I was only able to pop in for a minute before I lost signal again. But I watched it back later. It was a good one. I like that stuff.
Oh, he always finds good stuff.
Well, he has And it doesn't just buy like all of the same thing and show all the same stuff all the time. He got a real good variety of stuff he shows too, and stuff you don't see every day. I always enjoy that. And he's able to talk about it and tell you some stuff you probably just don't get by looking at somebody's eBay description or an auction catalog or something. He's always got some history to share. Likes the variety, yep.
Yeah, it's
So what's
pretty
been
obvious.
cooking with Cajun?
Yeah.
What's been cooking with Cajun lately?
Oh, what's been cooking with Cajun? Let me see.
Left or right, Rick?
I had a few videos out that I put on the Coin channel. There's seafood, then we had the Thanksgiving deal. It was all step by step how to Cajun. Cabbage, that was Christmas. Wait, New Year's. Cajun cabbage, and then the pork chop gravy, Cajun rice and gravy. Well, it's served over a bed of rice.
Nice.
It's not like a jambalaya, where the rice is mixed in. That's going to be one of my future ones. It's kind of either a brown rice type, or a jambalaya.
I love that stuff. Hey there, Mr. Monkey.
So
Yeah.
Cajun grits have like shrimp, right?
Yeah, like New Orleans area and stuff. There's shrimp and grits for breakfast, or anytime. Shrimp and grits good anytime.
And they put all types of seafood other than shrimp. Like, do they put crawfish with grits over there?
No, it's mostly your shrimp. There's probably a few people that do crawfish and grits. I've never done it though.
Yeah, though there are people who put anything on grits.
I just remember
There's
last time I
there's
was
like
in New Orleans-
dessert grits as well.
It's like that movie, My Cousin Vinny. What's a grit?
It's just mashed up corn.
But yeah, how you said, when I talk about the history, I mean, I just read all types of things about coins. Like even eBay listings, you can find things that are interesting about a coin's history on eBay.
Oh yeah, I mean, I know that used to be. It seems like lately eBay. I don't know. I mean, I know in my own listings it's hard to even find the description sometimes, and it's like they don't show it as prominently. You gotta like look for it or like open it up or.
Yeah, and sometimes the
I know a lot of sellers
description is
don't even bother writing descriptions anymore because eBay kind of hides it. But
yeah, and some I noticed in some listings the description actually pops up in a different tab.
yeah. And I know eBay changed a lot of the rules. Like I said, I started YouTube because I could then put my YouTube video in my eBay description. I know they stopped a lot of that and stopped letting you.
Oh yeah, I noticed that. Like I noticed that there's some listings with like a video link, but it said eBay just blocked it.
Yeah, I think recently I heard from someone else that you can put videos up in your descriptions again, but you got to do it like upload them through eBay, and I think then eBay kind of has to approve them somehow because basically there was a lot of sellers that would put their video in there, but then somewhere in the video they'd be flashing like their business card and saying
Right.
directly or call me and let's not pay eBay fees.
Right.
Oh, okay.
eBay doesn't want any. If I would message you, Monkey Swag, if you've got something for sale on eBay, and I would like message the seller, and if I said, "Hey, call me at such and such a number," no, eBay is going to strike that number or anything that they think that they have some algorithms with computer machines that look for any hints or clues to a phone number in a message.
Like if an eBay seller also has their own website, I would actually buy from the retailer's own website just because I can get it for less
Oh,
than
yeah.
from eBay.
Yeah.
Oh, almost always. If you see someone, for example, have a coin listed for $500 on eBay, if you can find their direct website, send that person
It'll be like
an email and say,
450.
"Hey, I see it on eBay for 500. Would you take 450 because I'm saving you the eBay fees?" I don't know anybody that would say no. It's just. I mean, I know I'm happy
Yeah, I'll
when
just
that
order directly from the website rather than eBay.
Absolutely. Now,
I mean,
of course,
I
some
only
people
use eBay for dealers that exclusively deal on eBay. But if they have their own website, then I would just use their website.
Yeah, the thing is, though, is I can understand from the buyer's perspective if they haven't done business with you, if they're less familiar. A lot of people like eBay because it protects the buyer a little bit more than just going direct to the dealer through a website. But if it's people that you know or people that you've looked up and they have a reputation in the business, then going direct is probably.
Yeah, it's really the smaller folks that just deal exclusively on eBay.
Well, and then not only that, even if you deal with them directly, you can still tell the person, "Hey, can we do a direct deal off eBay? But I'd still like to pay with PayPal," and still most people will be fine because PayPal is only the 3% fee instead of 10
and
or
plus,
so with PayPal or with eBay. I mean, so
and plus, you could avoid some fees if you just pay them as, like, for example, in PayPal, you just put them as a friend or a family.
Mm-hmm.
You could avoid some fees by doing that.
Yeah, I would only do that if you really know the person you're buying from and you know that the deal is going to be fine and that you've dealt with them. But I wouldn't do that for most people, though, just because you never know what happens. Even if there's a lot of coin dealers out there that have good reputations, but there's a lot of coin dealers out there that bounce checks and stiff people on deals eventually. So it's just when you're dealing with $500, you should probably just pay the good.
Hey, wouldn't it? You, Rich Cali, they got screwed out of a couple thousand, about $4,000 or $5,000 on some bunch of silver coins.
Yep, it was on eBay and PayPal. Screwed me over big time.
Yeah.
Yeah, he paid it friends and family because the guy wanted it friends and family, and guess what?
Oh, no, it wasn't because of friends and family, though.
Oh, it wasn't?
No.
Oh.
No, it was a scammer that was making thousands of dollars from a whole bunch of people in a short amount of time, a couple weeks.
Right.
And my packages, I had 2 of them out in delivery and saw that people were starting to put negatives on him for ripping them off.
Yeah.
So I videotaped the postman delivering my package and opened it while the postman stood there, and it was all washers.
Right.
Wow.
Yeah, and
Well,
I was lucky because
how
I
was that transaction paid for? Friends and family or goods and services?
Well, it was through PayPal. I don't remember back then. I'm sure I wouldn't have done friends and family because I was doing almost $100,000 a year.
Oh,
So,
yeah. Okay.
Yeah, you got to be careful when you're doing that kind of money to do that kind of stuff because IRS will come knock at your door.
See, every time Rich wants, I mean, I sell it on eBay, and when I look at my total sales, it's into the 6 figures for total sales. Of course, I'm not making that because I'm buying the coins, and I'm only making a little bit on each coin. But every time I've had problems with buyers, whether when they try to stiff me or say, "Oh, they didn't get something," even though the tracking says they got it or whatever, as long as I'm doing everything through eBay and following their instructions and mailing it when they tell me to mail it, even though sometimes I've had them take money out of my account right away and hold it. With a phone call or 2, I always get them to give me the money, or I have so far. Knock on wood, of course, but
yeah, when you're buying $2,000-$3,000 worth of silver coins and you get washers,
yeah,
yeah.
But that's me as a seller. I'm saying I don't know about that kind of deal, but I've had a couple times, like people will buy a $800 gold coin from me, and then as soon as they see that I've shipped it. I get a cancellation request through eBay, and the people say, "Oh, my account was hacked, and I didn't. That wasn't me that bought it." It's like, okay, whatever. But the coin's already out in the mail, but eBay takes my money right away because they are saying that there was fraud on their account, even though I've already shipped it. So, I mean, there are some people that abuse eBay, of course, but. I've been after maybe doing 200-300 eBay transactions a year. I mean, I just while I've been on the screen here with Rich talking, I just sold a coin on eBay, so I'm always selling stuff. and I'd say 99.5% of the people are going to be honest and good on there. There's just a couple people taking advantage of it, I think, but most people are pretty good on there.
Tell you what, even before eBay was out, they had that Craigslist, and people were scamming people on Craigslist. Like if you ever would get a message on something you had for sale, like a friend of mine had a boat for sale.
Yeah.
For I think it was $18,000, and he said, "Boo, take a look at this." And he showed me his message on his phone, and I'm like, "Oh no!" I said, "That's a scam." I said, "This guy wants your info. You know, he's going to send you a certified cashier's check for that boat to pick up after you." I said, "Once you put that check in the bank and all that, he's got access to your account. He's going to drain you dry."
Yeah, I mean, that's one reason why eBay became popular, because a lot of the things like Craigslist or other just like different message boards like that, there's just no real way to verify the seller or give feedback on people, and that's why eBay took off, was with the feedback thing. So if you had bad sellers or bad buyers, even people would know about it pretty quick.
So eBay came out in 1998. So when did Craigslist become a thing?
Oh, I think eBay was out before 98. I think so. But I'm not
I always thought eBay was older than Craigslist.
I know eBay's been around for a while. I mean, my account is probably started before 98. Actually, I don't know. Let me take a look. I think it tells me when I started it.
I know Craigslist started. I know it's old, but I know there were a lot more scammers on Craigslist. That's when I first found out about it. Scamming, you know, all the big time scammers on Craigslist. And then I started finding out about eBay and eBay came out in 98, you said?
Yeah, well, that's the first earliest I've heard of it. I mean, obviously, I was just I was just a baby at the time. I mean, that's the first record I've seen online of it. Is 98.
Oh, Johnny Ray said they started in 95.
Yeah, because I think my account started in 96 or 97. So I thought it was.
Okay.
Wow, eBay really was revolutionary. I didn't know eBay was like 95. If eBay was in 95, that was like a year before I was born.
Oh, really? Nice.
Yeah.
I don't know when Craigslist started. I might have to look that up one day.
Boy, that sure makes me feel old.
Me too.
Me too, because I know exactly where I was at in 95.
So I remember one of the first things I bought on eBay. The heck, it had to have been like in 96 or 97. I bought a set of night vision glasses for my dad, because we had just gotten a boat, and it was just fun when we go out at night to be able to like use night vision to like look into the woods and see like deer and things like that.
Yeah, because their eyes glowed.
Oh yeah, and you could see stuff and all, but just you get out in the middle of the night, like on a dark lake and stuff, and you pop those, and we got some good ones, and it was kind of fun. I mean, they weren't cheap either, but and it wasn't just me buying it. It was a couple other family members going in on it. But it's like, and we were like, they're like, "You really gonna send this guy?" I think it was like $700 or $800 at the time. Like, you're really just gonna send $700 to some guy and hope he ships it to you? I'm like, I think that's how this website works. Let's try it.
Yep, and military.
Have any of you guys ever bought coins on Facebook? Because Facebook groups selling coins is a really big thing now. Especially there's
whoever runs the group, and you just gotta still know the people, and there's a lot of good groups, and then there's some bad ones too. It's just like it's kind of like the Wild West.
The most prominent group is the Round Table, like on the Gray Sheet or Coin World or whatever. You see them advertising on.
I used to be in that, and I got kicked out of that one.
Well, you got kicked out of Round Table?
Yeah, because I didn't want to pay them $1,000 to stay in it.
Wow.
So the guy has the Facebook group. He got everybody to join, the coin dealers helping coin dealers. And then all of a sudden he's like, well, I'm going to start charging people to stay in it. And he got people to pay a lot of money. He took several $100,000 from dealers because he was designing his own platform, like an app to where you could sell and rate people. And so a lot of people paid for him to develop that, and it just didn't work out, and nobody uses it. Everybody just still sells through Facebook. And now he's he went around and hitting up the dealers, and people that don't pay him to stay part of it, he just bans from the group. So it's kind of a shame.
And $1,000 to be in a Facebook group.
And really, it's
Wow.
Facebook. I mean, it's like what? I mean, anybody can just set up another Facebook group and invite the same people. And that's why there's so many other groups that have popped up, because a lot of people are like, well, why do we have to pay to be part of this group? But a lot of the people in that group, it was a good group because you got a lot of the higher end dealers, but they're all $10,000, $20,000 coins. So I wasn't buying that stuff anyway. And
So
I probably would have
Aaron,
paid to stay in that, but because every now and then people would post some really good deals, like some wholesale deals, and you knew it was pretty safe because it's all dealers that were invited and stuff. The problem is
I know
that work full time at coin shops and they're on there all day. So anytime any really good deal gets posted, it was gone within like 5 minutes. So like I never really got anything good out of it. So
the guy who runs it, I think his name is Aaron Burke.
Nah, he's one of the moderators. He's not the guy.
Oh, he's not the guy who owns it. Okay.
No, the guy.
Because I know Aaron Burke is he worked his dad's Harlan Burke, who's a major U.S. and ancient coin dealer.
Yep, in Chicago. Yep.
Yeah, they have their own auction site as well. I mean, I'm surprised that they actually like the Burke family have their own app.
Yeah.
For auction.
Okay, Johnny Ray looked it up, and I looked it up. Craigslist was founded in 1995 by Craig Newmark in the San Francisco Bay Area.
Okay.
I always thought Craigslist was like related to Facebook for some reason. When I was younger, I always thought it was related to Facebook, but it's its own thing.
Interesting.
So Craigslist and eBay formed the same year. I thought Craigslist. I didn't know eBay was that old.
Yeah, I didn't know eBay was that old either. I thought, eBay was in 95. So,
they didn't start really getting big until like 97, 98-ish, I think, that eBay. The first couple of years of these places, nobody even knows about them pretty much. But yeah, I'm pretty sure like.
So what was e-commerce like?
97.
What was e-commerce like during the 1990s before the .com bubble? Like what was eBay like? What was e-commerce like during the late 1990s?
I think PayPal happened fairly quick, but they weren't. I don't believe they were there for several years. I don't remember now. I know I was there.
Yeah, I don't remember if
PayPal was a thing back then.
Well,
I know I still used to send checks to people on eBay and stuff because I think that's why, like, when I bought that stuff, I think I actually had to mail the guy a check.
Yeah.
I don't think it was PayPal right when it started.
No, it wasn't. It was years down the road.
Yeah.
So when did eBay implement PayPal? Like what? So PayPal was founded in 1998, or whatever company it was before it was founded in 1998.
Oh, I'm sure like there was some kind of payment. I mean, it was probably somewhere around 98, 99, 2000 right there that PayPal just became like dominant there. But eBay didn't require PayPal like they do now and require sellers to take PayPal for a while. Like as a seller, you could just say, no, I'm not taking PayPal. I want checks only, or I want.
Didn't eBay buy PayPal?
I'm sorry, what's that?
Didn't eBay buy PayPal?
Yeah, eBay owned PayPal for a while, and then they spun it off at some point just because everybody thought. Well, it gave eBay and PayPal excuses not to be on the same page too. Like, so if PayPal wanted to take your money, or if eBay wanted to take your money, it was like they're two separate companies now. But before they all were like did everything lockstep. So I think
so back when eBay was found, during the early days of eBay, like 97, 95. So what was the primary method of payment that people used? Their credit card or check?
I think it was check. Because remember, like back in the mid 90s and even like very early 2000s, like for example, I had a website I ran for a rental property my family owns. So when I would like book people for a rental, I couldn't just take credit cards. It's not like everybody had a Square reader on their phone or anything. If I wanted to take credit cards, I had to call like Visa or MasterCard or a big credit card processing company to have a machine in my house to where I could run the credit cards. Now, maybe starting in around 2000, 2001, 2002, you could do virtual terminals in a web. But to take credit cards, I'd have to pay like $20 a month minimum, plus the fees and everything. So you couldn't just have a Square reader and stuff. So most people, it was just all checks or money orders.
Wow.
That was my experience with it.
Yeah, and I think
Of
it
course,
was so
slowed things down and made it a little more complicated. But
it was so common for us to be paying with checks because that's what we always did. That when PayPal did finally become part of it, I mean, it was a huge deal. But that's why I think I don't remember how I was paying because I think it was just checks.
Well, and that's why feedback was really important, and it was great that sellers could leave negative feedback and buyers could leave negative feedback, which they've changed all those rules because PayPal's just made it like all automatic. But yeah, and you could see the feedback like, oh yeah, that takes a while, or oh they wait too long to clear my check, and you see all that in their feedback. But yeah, remember, I mean, at the time too, nobody did online banking for the most part too. So I just remember around that time when I first started college or so in the late 90s and all that, it was just every month I was writing probably 10, 15 checks just to pay my bills and everything. And just everybody wrote checks. So.
Yeah, I mean, I use checks, oftentimes to buy coins, or if I buy if I buy something on AppNext, I just send them a check usually. Just because it costs less to use a check. I mean, I don't mind waiting longer for my stuff. I mean, I'd rather just pay less because checks. Because I don't have to pay
stuff right away.
Pay for the credit card fee.
Who cares if you got to wait another week, right? Yeah. But yeah,
of course,
when you offer to pay check on a lot of places, you don't actually even have to write a check. It's all the electronic check where you just type in the routing number and the account number, and it's done.
Yeah, to this day, I don't know how to send an electronic check to this day. I mean, on PayPal, I didn't even put any money on my PayPal. I just linked my credit card to my PayPal, but I never actually put actual funds in the PayPal.
And as a buyer, Mr. Monkey Swag, that's probably the safest way to do things, especially if you're paying off your credit card bill and not paying credit card interest, of course. But by linking it to your credit card, if for some reason PayPal, like you get screwed by someone and PayPal's not on your side and they say, sorry, we're not going to help you, you can always call up your credit card company and do a chargeback, and your credit card company will usually have your back if you buy something and you don't get it in the mail. So it gives you a whole extra level of protection. That's why I always recommend for people buying coins or anything online, even through PayPal, to fund it with a credit card because it just gives you another level of protection.
Yeah.
Now, if you do chargebacks through PayPal, especially if PayPal disagrees and says you were the one in the wrong and you don't get your money back, if you do chargebacks, you have a risk that PayPal is just going to cancel your account, but you'll get your money back from the credit card company. So, but yeah, that's just a whole other level of protection for you. But most cases, as a buyer, though, you're pretty safe using just PayPal nowadays. Because they pretty much.
But yeah, so you're only talking about like if you're buying, but of course if you're selling, then you would have to have funds on the PayPal.
Yeah, because that was my problem. It was my buyers that, I made the purchase, but at that time you had to have the money in PayPal to be able to use it, and I didn't have a card linked. I don't think I think it was I just had to keep depositing money into that account. I don't remember how I was doing that. It wasn't a credit card though. I think.
Yeah, Rich, if I remember correctly, when PayPal was first starting, you had to have the money in your PayPal account. So even if you're linked to a bank account, you couldn't just buy and say, "Oh yeah, take it out of my bank account." I think you had to actually have your bank account send money to PayPal, wait until PayPal got that money, and then you could buy stuff. If I remember right.
Yeah.
So there was like you couldn't just buy stuff instantly that minute and not have it come out of your, or even for the credit card, you had to have your credit card put money into PayPal and then PayPal would send. There was some delay there.
Yeah, and the only reason why I was able to get my money back was because I had such great buyers. A couple of them got together and told me that, you know, they would make a purchase through me and make up for the money I lost, and then just not to send them nothing, and they would deal with eBay. And they did, and eBay paid them, and I told them to sue me in court, and I'd see them in court, and they knew I had video footage of, you know, the postman delivering and me opening, and, you know, I had great proof, and they never came after me. And then after about 2 years or 3 years, they canceled the debt.
Yeah.
But I certainly lost PayPal and eBay.
Yeah.
Hey guys, I gotta run.
Okay.
Thank you for having me up, Rich.
You bet.
Good
Nice
seeing
seeing you.
y'all, Mike, Majestic, Monkey Swag, everybody in the chat, Hoover. So, and Scent Hoarder. So, I'll catch y'all later. Love, peace, and crackling grease.
Take care.
Take care.
Blue top.
So I was looking at eBay on Wikipedia. So I mean, ever since its inception, like eBay has always been linked with collectibles. Like eBay played a role in like the Beanie Baby craze.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Oh yeah, and all that stuff. There was a whole bunch. The Hot Wheels, the
Video games, buying and selling Nintendo games, Atari games, all that kind of stuff. Anything people collect. I mean, DVDs and videotapes. A lot of people would buy and sell those on there.
And I was doing antiques, paper stuff, books, journals, photo albums, stuff from before 1900 or older, and the antique history books and encyclopedias and those kind of things. That's where my collection mostly came from. Was
it's basically an online garage sale. That's how it started out. It's just whatever people would sell at garage sales, just little trinkets, collectibles, antiques, clothes, and that's what you see on eBay. It was not business. Very few businesses were putting stuff on eBay at the time before I remember.
Yep.
It was all individuals and individual sellers. You didn't have like big companies listing all their inventory on there. It just didn't happen.
And that's just like American Online. I was one of the first businesses to have a web page because I was into the computers. I was doing computers even that far back. And when AOL first started doing their business stuff, I was one of the very few that had a web page. In my area, there was no one. So it was really cool. I actually got quite a few people that came from AOL.
Cool.
So, and I had nice pictures and stuff, and of course, super simple website, but so in 95, that's when I first became bedridden. So that's probably why eBay was such a big thing for me, was because I was online. I did have a pretty good computer and stuff and didn't have a whole bunch to do. So that really helped me out.
Oh, and it was just I just remember it was like all a bunch of news reports and stories when it came out about it being an addiction, just people going out there and just buying all kinds of stuff they didn't need. And it was like a big thing, which now it's just commonplace for people to do that now and nobody even thinks about it. But it was like a big thing, like people just you being able to go online, click around, put a few bids in, and just have stuff show up at your door a week or two later.
Yep, pretty cool.
Oh yeah. Majestic wants to do a rundown on auction wins while you're at your desk. I'm guessing you want me to do a rundown of your auction wins and not everybody's auction wins?
Oh, I want to hear everybody's.
All right. Well, lot number 1 sold to Pammy Jones for $25. And lot number 2 was Ben Marler. What I got down for you, Majestic, and what I'll be emailing you as soon as I can get myself off the stream and talk myself into doing a little bit of work, is you had lot number 9, which was a Mercury dime. You got that for $15. Lot number 12, a Roosevelt dime, proof 69 star for $12. Lot number 25, you got 2 piece dollars for $25 each, so that's 50 total. And then lot 29, a group of 4 piece dollars and uncirculated, they're all in capsules for $130. And then you won one of the giveaways. So that totaled up to $207 total. And I'll probably put all that in a small flat rate for $8 or so. So probably going to be $215. If that makes sense.
Yeah, those were the piece dollars I was going to bid on, but I'm glad you ended up with them. They were really nice ones.
Yeah, it was a nice group.
Yeah, you kept flashing them on the preview video and or stream. That was a lot of fun checking it all out.
Yeah, these were the group that Majestic wanna, and I like this one just because it's a date set. The other ones I had were just all the same date, but this is 22, 23, 24, and 25.
Yeah, those are like the most common dates. They're all like Philadelphia.
But they're flashy, nice piece dollars for sure.
Yeah.
So what brand of capsule was it? Is that airtight or is that coin safe or whatever?
I'm not sure which
like
ones. These are
Guardhouse.
just the way I got them from the coin shop. I'm not sure what brand they are, but they might be Guardhouse. But they seem to look like a little different. Maybe they're, I don't know. Because I usually buy the Guardhouse ones. These look
I like airtight the best just because of how hard the airtights are to open. I like airtight just because it really does seal it.
It does.
A lot of times the Guardhouse, they just don't. I guess depending on what you put in them as well, sometimes they just don't stay shut too easily either.
Yeah, and that's the problem with the airtights. You can't reseal them. Once you open them, they just never seal the same. But that first seal holds. I've got coins that have been sealed for 5-6 years now, and I drop them from time to time, and no issues.
And there's the weirdest capsule I've ever seen is it's actually like the earliest coin capsule ever made. I think it's the Cointains. Those are like weird. Like they're so I heard that they're very thin.
Very thin. Yeah. Those right before PCGS started, you had David Hall Numismatic Investment Group, and he used to grade coins and seal them in flips. But first he'd put
I know those. Those are collectible.
Oh yeah, they're very collectible now that PCGS is so popular and people collect the early holders. But yeah, he would put coins in, and they were in just vinyl flips. But inside the vinyl flip, he'd put the coin in a Cointain. So
I didn't know he
they
put
were
it in a
vinyl
Cointain.
flip, but the coin's safe because it's in the Cointain inside of that.
That was like very early on, right? Because when I see David Hall's flips, I only see them in a flip without the Cointain.
Yeah, he did most of those like 83 to 86, the David Hall Numismatic Investment Group. And that's where the PCGS certification numbers came from, because the later ones he did in the David Hall flips, you find them they had 7-digit serial numbers. There's groups starting with 103, 104, 105, up to 107 was the latest ones for the first 3 numbers. And then PCGS started doing their slabs starting with 108. So the very first Rattler slabs that came out in February 86 after PCGS started was serial number 108. And it started because David Hall was just kind of continuing his numbering system. Do I think all 4 will grade 63? I don't know if all 4 of them will. Let me get my light a little brighter here. I don't know. I mean, I don't think they'd be worth sending in to get graded. I mean, I just think you'd be spending money on grading fees.
Yeah, I mean
63
is pretty average for a piece dollar or a Morgan dollar.
I think these 3 here will grade at least 63. The 1922 has 1 decent hit right next to her mouth, but it's hard to tell. The capsule themselves kind of scratched up and beat up too. So without taking it out of the capsule, it's a little tougher to grade. But it might be a 62, but it might be a 63. But I don't know. I just wouldn't spend any money getting them graded. I mean, usually what I tell people, if you want graded coins, you should just, in their commons ones, you should just buy them already graded. Because if you try to buy common coins to send it for grading, you're just setting yourself up for spending a lot of money and for a little disappointment. Because if you send these in and they all grade 63, you got what you want, but then you paid a bunch of money for grading fees that you probably didn't have to. But if you send them in and one comes back unk details, because they might see a couple of hairlines in one that I'm not noticing, or if one of them comes back 62 but the other 63, then you don't have the matching grades you wanted. Or if one comes 64, then you got one that doesn't. It's just so much easier to buy them the way you really want them. That's what I try to recommend people, and then not play the whole grading game.
Yeah, I mean, these are sold as generic 63s from like even bullion websites sell them as generics, random dates.
Well, usually when you buy just generic BU peace dollars, that means MS60 or better. So a lot of times they're not even 63s. And I had a couple of those.
Oh no, I'm talking about like already graded.
Already graded ones too, yeah. But
yeah, like by
generic,
generic, I mean
probably would grade 63.
Yeah, by generics, I just mean like 1922 to 1925 Philadelphia's random date, which is really just 1922 to 1925. So yeah, guaranteed grade of MS63 from either PCGS or NGC. Like you see those bullion websites when they sell those graded peace dollars, they just sell those common dates and 63, 64, 65, just generic
coins. Which company you buy from, some of those are pretty picked over too. So like when it's a bigger company, I won't name names of course, but I know some of them when they get a bunch of bulk dollars, whether they're Morgans or peace dollars graded, they have people go through them and pick out all the really nice ones and sell those at premiums to people that buy the really nice ones from them. And then the ones you're going to end up getting, or the one the average person buying off the website's going to get, are going to be the absolute junky coins for the grade that other wouldn't buy.
So they're basically C coins, right? Or C or B coins?
Or just ugly ones, or ones that have minor spots or issues. The ones that are just bright, flashy, and just look awesome for the grade, those usually go to other people first. Not every company does that, but
so if you get an MS66 from a bullion company, it'll be a C for MS66. So they'll sell the A coins to.
It's going to be one that they sell in auction, or one that other dealers wouldn't buy, or just one that they're trying to get rid of mostly. Not every company, because some companies just put coins up for sale as soon as they get them and don't try to sell to other people. They just sell right to their customers first. But a lot of times, 3 or 4 other people passed on it by the time it goes up on the website. Take care, Hector.
Night, Hector. Yeah, I sure like that 66 Buffalo that I got from you. It's sure is a nice shiny one.
Oh, and at that price, I mean, I think you got it right at the opening bid. It's a fair price. I mean, just for a nice flash.
So, how collectible are the old Blanchard slabs? Like back in the 1980s and 1990s, a lot of big coin dealers actually slabbed their own coins, like Blanchard.
They're not. I mean, some people, I guess, that collect slabs might want one for their example set, but I never have people asking me, "Hey, can you get those?" or "Do you have any of those?" But if there's some people, if they see them, they might want one just to have one. But yeah, I don't think.
Slab collectors are their own niche. I mean, when I look at the Blanchard slab, it looks kind of cool. And I think, companies slabbing their own coins, I think, kind of begin with, Paramount, the Paramount companies slabbing those Redfield dollars. Were there any dealers that slabbed coins before the Paramount company did the Redfields? Oh, that looks like a Blanchard.
This one, it's Haynes Tolving, but similar.
Oh, Tolving. So yeah, Tolving went out of business.
Mm-hmm. I like these. They're just real thin slabs, a little bit smaller than like a PCGS Rattler. And
so Tolving, I assume, was originally an actual numismatic company before they became just a bullion dealer.
Yeah, it says here, Rare Coins and Investments, Newport Beach, California, and their address. So,
because when I went to their website, all I see is bullion and generic silver dollars.
But what's cool about these is, I mean, a lot of people liked them because they actually printed the value of the coin on the label too. So at the time, they said this one's $65. Which
Yeah,
might
I
have been
mean,
fine at the time, but it's kind of weird to put the value on the holder because then 20, 30,
yeah.
70 years later,
You're gonna-
now actually the value on this holder is still pretty much the value today of it, but some coins that you get in these are just way off.
Yeah, so yeah, you're gonna confuse people. I mean, it's okay to put a value on like a 2x2 holder that you staple because you can always put the coin in a new one.
Sure.
But this slab, you can't take it out and you have to crack it out.
And the thing that sucks about these, and the reason I have collectors ask for them sometimes, so that's why I try to get them whenever I see them at a fair price, is a lot of dealers, when they have these and don't care about the holder but they want to sell, the first thing they do is take permanent marker and scratch out that price and then cover it up because they don't want this sitting in their case with a price of $65 on it if they're trying to get 75 or 100 or something like that.
So I guess that makes them all the more collectible since
have that price either ripped off totally or just scratched out with marker. It's hard to find them without being scribbled.
yeah, I guess that makes pristine examples of that slab all the more collectible.
Well, yeah, and if someone's gonna seek these out and do a collection of just different kinds of slabs, they don't care about the coin as much. They want the slab to be nice.
Yeah, especially if it's an NGC vintage black slab.
One of those is going for sale tomorrow on Great Collections.
Is it like a common date Morgan dollar in there, or is it some rare coin?
I don't exactly remember, but I did get an email about my watch list of stuff, and it was in there. Let's see what it was. I got that handy here. It is, where is that one? It's a 1935 S San Diego commemorative, MS65.
Oh, that's that's interesting. Like I never seen a commemorative inside an NGC black.
It's in the NGC black holder, and as of midnight when they sent me the email, it's up to $3,200 with 69 bids.
So I mean, like sometimes the coin that's slabbed in the holder does kind of matter for the rarer slabs because I mean a lot of these rarer slabs you often see Morgan dollars in them, but I rarely see a commemorative $50 in one of those type of slabs.
Well, for the rare slabs, the collectors really go off. Morgans are certainly the most common because remember, most of these slabs were done in the 80s, and Morgan dollars were the big thing for investment groups, and that's why all came about.
So, of course, during this time, the telemarketers were also promoting the commemoratives as well.
Yeah, so you'll see commemoratives in them too. But
I've heard that some of these dealers actually put the commemoratives in their own slabs.
Sure.
I've seen a Bridgeport $50 in a Dolly slab.
Oh yeah, I think I might have owned a Bridgeport and a Dolly slab before.
I don't know. Maybe it's you that I saw it from, or somewhere else. I forgot.
The thing is and just knowing a lot of the people that collect the early slabs, there's some people that only want Morgan dollars in those because they're trying to build a slab collection, and then they want them all to be the same. So they want all Morgan dollars, and then other people only want gold coins in the early slabs, and that's even tougher. Like I had a guy recently want me to find him one of the original white label PCGS Rattlers, one of the first coins they did, but he only wanted one if I could find him one with a gold coin. Now, when you look at the population report, like that people keep track of how many of those out there, there's only like 4 of them that exist that are known with gold.
Wow.
But I tracked one down for him, and he paid a bunch of money for it, so I helped him get that deal. But it's just when you're really looking for something specific like that, it makes it tough. Just like if you were wanting to get a black NGC slab, it's hard enough just to even find one available. But then if you all of a sudden say, well, I only want one if it has a Morgan dollar, or I only want one if it's a gold coin, you're just really making it tough. But there's people out there.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't like collecting slabs. I mean, yeah, collecting slabs is cool, but I just don't want to pay that much money because, if you were to drop the slab and break it, then you'll feel bad.
At the 2016 ANA World's Fair of Money in Anaheim, there was a dealer that hadn't set up for many years, but he did it just because it was in Southern California and that's where he's from. And they had a PCGS Regency holder with a big green one, but it was a sample slab. It was no one even knew one of those existed. So I saw that right away, and like I know the guy that wrote the book on sample slabs, and like asked him real quick, have you ever even heard of a Regency on a sample slab? He's like, no, that wouldn't exist. And he's like, if that exists, it would have been on the cover of my book. And because I actually did some of the photos for his book, and one of my doily sample slabs was on the cover of his book. And so I'm like, okay, I didn't think it existed either. So I went right back over to that dealer and bought it, and ended up selling that later. And it was just, I was nervous about the slab itself because it was just a Morgenthaler in the slab. It was a nice Morgenthaler, but I think we ended up selling that for a little over $4,000, basically just for the plastic. But yeah, it was a little nervous. I didn't want to mess up the holder.
If you search on YouTube, you'll find where anchor woman doing a news show had a very popular stamp collector that owned one of the most valuable stamps in the world.
Huh?
And he took it on
penny black.
I don't remember what it was now, but the woman picked it up to look at it and dropped it in her drink.
Oh wow! I've heard that for stamps, if you have their original sticky residue or like the gum, whatever. Yeah, I think that soft drink is going to wash all the gum out.
Well, I believe it was coffee.
That's hilarious.
Oh wow! So yeah, I'll just burn it off.
Yeah, it's a fun one to watch because the look on his face, you can't tell if he's having a stroke or a heart attack, but it's one of the two.
If only there was.
Is he going to press suit against her for damages?
I have no clue. I never researched it to see any farther than that, but
I wouldn't be surprised if he pressed suit against like the news station for doing that. I mean,
hopefully he had insured too.
Stamps, they do have slabs, right? Like, just about every collectible has some type of slabbing agency, like PSA.
Most stamp collectors don't. They just but they do put them in different kinds of flips or holders too. It shouldn't have just been handing her a loose stamp.
I know people who collect baseball cards. They slab their cards because PSA and PCGS are owned by Collectors Universe.
Right.
But stamps, they don't have slabs. I could understand why, because
there's graders. There's a grading companies for stamps.
Oh, there is?
Yeah, they're just not very popular because there's not many stamp collectors.
So they're kind of like ancient coins then, in that the majority of the collector base don't accept the slabs.
I don't know about that. I don't see many stamp dealers anymore. The Long Beach Expo for collectibles, and they advertise it as coins, currency, stamps, and even sports memorabilia. And I was told years and years ago, like, in the 70s and 80s, the Long Beach show had lots of stamp dealers. And now at the Long Beach show, there's like maybe 2 or 3 that show up still.
Yes, it's not economic. It's just not economic to have these stamps only worth a few cents to get graded. There's only like a few penny blacks in the world, and you can't. How does the grading company even survive? If all these stamps are mostly only a few cents, and there's only a very few rare.
The grading companies, like, I don't know, maybe it's the same company that does the baseball cards, because all you got to do is stick it in the same holder and put a different label on it. That's maybe it's pretty easy.
Yep, and realize that eBay and the internet is what caused the fall of the stamps, because everybody thought what they had was really rare, and then everybody had one.
It's part of it. And I think it's also stamp collecting went down too, just because not many people send mail anymore. And
because everything's because of email.
What's going to happen to coins? You got all these kids out there now. Nobody even uses coins or even paper money anymore. They're all using debit cards and credit cards.
Apple Pay.
Exactly. So now think about, I collected stamps when I was a kid because I could go through the stamps that came in the mail, or Christmas cards people would send, or letters I would get. And there was always rolls of different stamps because the postage was always changing. And nowadays it's all forever stamps, so people just don't change as much, and very rare. Nobody even sends checks for bills anymore. It's all electronic payment, and all the junk mail you get doesn't even have stamps on it. So it's that definitely makes a difference.
Okay, so speaking of paper, so PCGS finally created their own in-house U.S. currency grading service right now. So they're not outsourcing it anymore.
Well, yeah,
so
they've had
so
that brand for a while. When they first did it, they basically licensed it out to another company, and then they took that license back, and now they're doing it in-house. Yep.
So yeah, I wonder how respected this new PCGS grade company will be compared to their old one, to their outsourced one.
Oh, it'll be great. People will use it because of the brand, and the graders that are there are people that they're not just picking people off the street. They're using people that are in the industry and know what they're doing. The only thing that's a little weird though is, and that's questioning people, is will they honor the grades of when it was licensed?
The older ones?
You send in the old PCGS graded note under a grading guarantee. Will the new company honor that and pay on the claim or things like that, or will they be tighter or looser? So there's some questions. But the guys that had the license, they tried starting up their own grading company.
Yeah, I think they're called
I don't know.
I think they're called like Legacy. I think they're called like Legacy Currency or something.
People that were running that, just from what I've heard, I don't want to say that I know for sure, but I just heard there's been a lot of problems with those people because when PCGS took their license, it wasn't like everybody that had lots of notes in for grading. It wasn't like, hey, everybody, this is what's going on. We're just going to go ahead and send your stuff back until this is cleared up. I heard that some people had their stuff tied up in limbo for months and months and months without knowing.
Oh yeah, I read about that.
Back or whether it's ever going to get graded, and some people got really upset, and so I think they lost a lot of faith in the people that were running that. And that's I don't know for sure the whole story, but from what I hear through the grapevine, it's all hearsay, of course. That's one of the reasons PCGS took back the license, is because that's their brand, that's their name out there, and they didn't like exactly how that company was being run, and it didn't match up to their standards, so they took the name back, and they're doing it themselves.
Like, they say the stuff in limbo, so they said that they'll grade that stuff using their new brand name, using their legacy brand name, but of course that does not have the same brand image as what PCGS is. So yeah, people wouldn't like that.
People that collect the currency buy into that, and the auction houses say, "Oh yeah, legacy's great. It's all the same people." That'd be one thing, and I think most dealers would be fine with that. Hey, we submitted our stuff. We're going to get it back graded. In the corner, it's going to say legacy instead of PCGS. So what? As long as the collectors like it. But I think the fact that there wasn't a lot of active communication of what was going on, and the fact that things got tied up for months and months and months, I think it was up to or even over a year for some people. I think that really upset people.
Yeah, not very, not a lot of transparency.
If I submit NGC tomorrow, and all of a sudden I get an email 3 weeks later, hey, NGC got bought out by someone else. We're changing the company name to so-and-so, but it's all the same graders. It's going to be the same look and holder. I'm fine with that. Send me my stuff back and we'll see what happens. But
yeah, of course,
all of a sudden my stuff missing for 6 months and I have no idea what's going on, I'm not happy.
Yeah, of course, PMG is actually owned by the same company as NGC, rather than just being outsourced.
Yeah.
Yeah, which makes people more confident in it. So, when PCGS was outsourcing to that company using the PCGS name, the old PCGS was considered to be almost as good as PMG, right?
Oh, I'm not that much in the currency collecting and
stuff, me either.
For sure. But I know when I see at shows, I mean, most people are just getting PMG and PCGS notes. I didn't see the other companies that much. But
Yeah, like I mean, like because I mean, from at that time, like at the shows you're talking about, like every single one of those PCGS notes were graded by that company when they were using the PCGS name.
Yeah.
So, yeah. So, I mean, I never really got into currency or stamps just because I don't like paper, just because paper gets damaged easily. So you know how they slab the currency in these, they slab the currency in those plastic sheets are similar to what the soft pack
Yeah, it's just
GSA
like a
holders were.
piece of hard, hard but flexible plastic. It's not like rigid.
Yeah, flexible, like the whole purpose of a slab is to like protect
Sure.
the currency or coin, but won't those currencies still get damaged even inside those?
Well, I kind of wondered about that too. It's like if I'm a grading company, I'm putting my currency in a holder, and I'm going to say this is a 67 PPQ premium paper quality and all this stuff, and couldn't someone just take that and like fold it in half and damage the note, but then all of a sudden it still says 67 on the holder, even though it's all messed up? I think that's possible.
Yeah.
But I think it would be
This
pretty
is what I don't get.
if someone did mess with the holder enough to damage the note inside. So I don't know.
Yeah, this is what I don't get. Baseball cards, which are paper, just like currency. So PSA slabs the baseball card in a similar type of holder as a PCGS slab, a hard plastic slab.
It's real hard plastic, and there's no way you could bend it, right?
Yeah, so I don't know why they don't do that with the currency. Just put it in a hard plastic slab.
Because currency dealers want it that way. Because think about it: if you're a currency dealer and you got 1,000 different notes you're bringing to a show, if they're all in real thin plastic holders that you can just stack up in one box, that's easy. But if they're all in thicker slabs, that's a lot more stuff they got to carry and move around.
Yeah. I mean, of course, coin dealers carry a lot of slabs, but of course, coin slabs on average are smaller than the baseball card size slabs. And I know, older U.S. banknotes were huge. That's why they're called horse blankets. So that's why the slab would probably have to be bigger.
Yeah, I've always kind of didn't like and that's one reason that kind of kept me away from maybe even buy-in currency is just I don't really like the holders, and I just don't really.
Yeah,
I think even if you have, I had some grade currency in the past, and I think you would be able to tell if somebody messed with it enough to damage the note while it was in the holder. I think you'd see some bends in the plastic, or you'd see something going on. I think you'd be able to tell.
Yeah. I mean,
but
judging by the way I organize my safe, I can guarantee you that if I buy a graded, note, I would damage it.
Maybe.
Yeah, my setup is not meant for notes.
And when you're shipping things in the mail, things could be damaged too. But I don't know.
Yeah, it's just my storage, like the way I store things. Yeah. I mean, it'll bend. If I just keep
thinking, like if you have something like that in your safe, like if you had a graded note and then all of a sudden you stack like 5 silver bars on one side, I mean, over like a year or something sitting in your safe, would that be enough to bend the note or something? Like if it was not on a flat surface, maybe, even though it's still in a holder. I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, but I think, there's enough people that collect that high-end currency and all those holders. I think if it was really that much of a problem that us non-collectors are theorizing about, and I think they wouldn't have them in those holders. I think that would have been solved. So I guess it's probably not that big of a problem for the collectors.
Yeah. So I mean, maybe if I go to the coin show, I'll just try to examine the holder like myself.
Oh, I've even gotten like at one of the shows, I got a sample holder with currency in it from one of the grading companies, and it just got some
interesting. So there's sample slabs.
Yeah, sample slab. Yeah. So I mean, I guess I could take and just try bending the hell out of it just to see if I can, but I'm sure I can, so I'm not going to do it.
Come on, I want to see the video.
Well, let me think. What was I going to ask? So what do they even call those holders? Do they call them slabs? Like what do they exactly call them?
Yeah, I've heard some people say that.
Yeah, because I mean, in general, when you have these stuff at the grave service, they just call it encapsulation. But
Yeah, certified or slab. Yeah.
so technically, whatever they put those currency in, I wouldn't even consider them to be a slab.
No, it's basically exactly like what I got. It's just a nice, plastic holder for a note, and you can bend them. But even if you bend the holder, the note inside is still fine unless you really fold it and force.
Instead of $500 note.
Yeah.
Oops.
Like
Yeah,
here, I'm bending the holder itself, but the note moves with the holder and isn't
Yeah,
getting
that's
any
what I
bend.
mean, like.
But I can tell you, if I really took this and folded it and smashed it flat, it would ruin the note more. I mean, this isn't the one in best condition anyway, but you could do that on a graded note if you really try it, I'm sure. But the plastic, it's rigid, but still, flexes enough.
Well, see if you can fold it all the way over.
No, because I just sold this earlier, and I don't want. Even though the note does have some fold marks, if I, and it's got a little tape repair. It's not the nicest one ever, but it's definitely the buyer got a really good deal on it.
Darn, I thought I had a good fingernail for this video.
There you go.
Like, I seen a video of Floyd Mayweather buying like a whole bunch of $500 bills.
Is that right?
Yeah, of course we all know Floyd Mayweather probably doesn't care about the collectability
No, he
of
probably
these.
spent them all or gambled them.
I mean, not even gamble. I think he just buys them just to show off to people.
Yeah.
Not really. I don't think he's going to spend them. He is probably just to show off.
Probably I'm guessing it was right around the year 2000 or so. Maybe it was a little bit after. Maybe
No.
It was probably like
this was last year.
This
was last year when I saw him buy it. Like he posted it on Instagram.
Yeah, I didn't see that. But I just remember around that time, probably 2003 to 2004, eBay and Bing were working together. Microsoft Bing was just coming out, and they were trying to get people to use it, so they'd give away Microsoft bucks. Like if you bought stuff through eBay using Bing searches, so you could get up to 30 or 35% off your eBay purchase, cash back through Bing. So what I did is I went and found the cheapest $500 bill I could find on eBay, which was going for like $600 some. But since I bought it through by searching through Bing first, I ended up only having to pay like $488 for the $500 bill.
Wow, that's
so what I did, it was really ratty. Like it was way worse shape than this one. So like outside of a holder, it was like almost falling apart. But it was still pretty cool to have a $500 note. And my whole plan for it was when I went to Las Vegas with some friends from school, I was just going to go to the blackjack table or something while everybody was there and we were all having our drinks and having fun. And I was going to like use it to gamble, But as the collector in me just couldn't, or I was going to like wait till we were all going to dinner and I was going to pay with the 500, or something. Just
I mean, there's a chance somebody might call the police on you.
I couldn't do it, so I ended up selling it to another friend.
Yeah, I mean, there's a chance somebody might even call the police on you because you remember reading like this story of like a girl tried to pay the cafeteria with a $2 bill and they had to call the police.
Right.
I remember that.
No,
yeah,
I'm pretty sure if I was at Caesar's Palace and like the high limit room playing some roulette or blackjack with some people, they've seen the old timers there know it's a $500 bill. They weren't going to call the police on me, but I just thought it would be, especially since I got it for less than face value. I'm like, but just a collector knew that when that gets deposited, they're going to destroy it. Or even though I know at a casino or something like that, somebody probably would have bought it from and not deposited it. But I don't know. The collector.
Casinos. Do they still have those Silver Strike tokens? Like, there's these $10 tokens with the silver core in the middle.
Yeah, I know the Four Queens in Las Vegas is one of the few that still has those machines, and I think the Venetian has a couple of machines like that. Because I got a guy in my coin club that anytime they come out with a new Silver Strike design, he basically goes up to Vegas and tries to win a whole bunch of them because he collects them. And then he also sells
Yeah, I mean,
so he'll go up there and win, 10, 12, 15 of them, whatever they are, and then he'll sell a bunch of them on eBay to try to cover his gambling losses for it. But
the cool thing,
like 20, 25 years ago, it was like every casino on the strip would have a Silver Strike machine with a different design in it. Now it's just a few casinos.
yeah, I mean that makes sense. I mean, like even the slot machines are like they just print out paper and you exchange it for cash or whatever. Like I mean, like younger people nowadays don't even care about those. I mean, because obviously people don't collect these things anymore. But like the cool thing about these is that you can go to your like local coin shop, like my local coin shop, and they just sell them as bullion. But they're more interesting than your typical bullion because a lot of them do have low mintages.
Oh, sure. But I mean, I
Yeah.
know since I'm in Southern California, it's not that far from Vegas. Coin shops get those all the time when they're buying collections, and I know there's a lot of collectors for that, but usually they just dump them out. Some of the coin shops pop out the silver middle and just throw away the brass outer ring. But there's a lot of people that buy them. It's like I got one guy in my coin club. He's told all the local shops, anytime you get those in, whatever they are, he'll buy them. And so every now and then he'll end up getting a call and he'll have to go buy a couple hundred of them at once. And
Yeah, I had a bunch.
yeah. And I think they have 0.6 of an ounce of silver in each one. And
Yeah, it took three.
I
of
think
them
it contained half an ounce.
to make 3 of them. No, it took 3 of them to make an ounce. Maybe it was a little bit over, but it took 3.
So let me think. Like I've heard that they make some Silver Strikes that do not have the brass ring, where the entire thing is silver.
Well, what there is some of them are silver, but there's also a lot of they're not, I guess, Silver Strikes. They're the tokens in there that have no silver in them. So not all of them have silver, but then there's also some. What they are is more like a redemption coin. So if you get I think the way it works is when you play the machine, you collect enough of the regular Silver Strikes, then you go to the casino cage and you can turn them in and get like a better one. So I think the denomination on most of the Silver Strikes is $10. So maybe because I've seen them. If you get 20 of those, you can turn it in for a $200 chip, which is like 6 ounces of silver, or you can turn it in for a $500 chip, which is a full Troy pound, 12 ounces of silver, and those are much more rare. Because
I think those are the ones I'm talking about, because the ones that you say are like a pound or whatever.
Yeah.
So those do not have the brass ring. Those were like the entire.
Yeah.
Yeah, the entire planchet would be silver.
Yeah, and usually they come in like a little display box and everything. Because I've seen some of the guys bring those to the coin club meetings, and the thing is there's always the dilemma for the guys that collect these and do that. Because, for example, if you're there and maybe it takes 20 of those to equal the big one, well, I think you actually have more silver content if you just keep the small ones. Plus, a lot of the guys that do this do it just to get a few of them for their collection, and then they sell all the others on eBay, so they make a good money on that for people that try to collect them. But I think most of them know that the big ones are low vintage and pretty collectible, so they at least try to get one of them if they're available. But not too many casinos do that anymore.
So basically, Silver Strikes are basically like the continuation of the silver dollars being used in casinos in the past.
So what it really is it's just like seniorage from the U.S. Mint. They mint these, and it's a $10 chip, and instead of the player actually gambling that and getting their $10 back, they take it home and keep it as a souvenir. So it's an automatic $10 profit on each one that's kept for the casino. It's printing money is what it is.
Huh.
If they just gave you back $10 as your winnings, like on your little slip of paper that it prints out now, or even $10, you'd go and spend that on more games, or you'd spend that elsewhere. But if it's a nice, fancy little souvenir, you're going to take that home and never spend it at the casino. And even though it's, a little bit of silver in there, the casino's making money on that.
Yeah, most people would keep that. I mean,
a lot of them in the machines are just clad, but also say whatever the face value is on them for the gaming token. So it's just a piece of junk in there pretty much, and people take those home as souvenirs. And that's why a lot of times the casino chips themselves, like you go to there, and usually it's the $5 or the $25 chips at the casinos. Like if you're there for around New Year's, they'll have different New Year designs. If someone like Cher or Jerry Seinfeld's going to be performing at Caesar's Palace, they'll have a whole bunch of chips with their pictures on them, because a lot of people will just take those home as souvenirs because they like whatever the design is. And if you don't cash that $25 or $5 chip, whatever in the cage, then that's just more profit for the casino. So yeah, they're smart. All right. I should probably get going. I got to send out a bunch of invoices to people. I know people are getting antsy. Bills. I'm getting emails left and right.
Nice talking to you guys. I'm going to head out as well.
All right, Mr. Monkey Slide. Very cool.
Take care, guys. Thanks for
Yep.
popping up
You
here.
too.
Rich, thanks again. Have a good one.
You bet. And Michael, don't worry about mine until you get my email, because I'll add a bunch of stuff to it.
Yeah, like I told people, it's like I know Monday's a holiday too, so even if we get everything all figured out, the very soonest I could even get in the mail is Tuesday. So can't too much of a rush. So.
Now, okay, yeah, and I had a couple questions for you too, so I'll just put it in an email.
Yeah, no problem.
Well, take care. Thanks for jumping up here.
All right, thanks again, guys, and everybody in chat. Have a great day.
Alrighty, let me go back to this one. So I try not to interrupt them when they're talking. So I was just pointing out things. This one's kind of cool. Big straight through. Had a bunch of them, but haven't been able to find them for the longest time. That's one problem with my collection. I put things like the strike throughs together, and they're in a smaller baggie, all in flips or airtights, and next thing you know, it's missing. Let's see what we got here. Find one of the other larger ones. I'm not even seeing it on that one. Let me keep looking here. Oh, you can see it on that one. I don't always say which side it's on. That's a real small one behind the mint mark. Let me look a little closer at this one. It doesn't show up too well. Oh. So over the right there in the 9. Missing a little chunk. That's kind of cool. Too close. Let me back it back out. Oh, that one's a cool one. You can definitely see that one. A little piece of cloth, a little piece of wood, something. Maybe even a real thin piece of metal. That's a pretty cool one. And better date than 1930 with the die cracker. That actually looks like a lamination error. Oh, just a second, Majestic. I see ya. Hey.
Hey. Yep. You guys were talking. I was just working.
Yeah, when I get those two up, I just let them go because I learned so much just keeping my mouth shut and opening my ears. It's really fun.
Yeah, that's all I was doing. Listening to the show.
Yeah, Monkey Swag's a young guy. He's still in college, and I mean, he just knows has a lot of interest in histories and stuff like that, and has a real broad spectrum of knowledge, and always has really good questions for Michael. So it's fun just to let them go. What do you think of this strike through?
Pretty neat.
Nice big one.
Yeah, it is.
Did you have something you wanted to show, or were you just going to go through another roll?
Oh, I already went through 4 of them.
Getting any better, or are you still having issues?
The still issues. I finally came across. I'm trying to weed out this box that I have here. It's got like a few mixed kind of dates, so I'm just weeding it out. I'm almost done with it. And this is 68. A 68S I opened. A 64D. Right now I'm on 64 plain. And I open up a 72S. This is a 64. I'm on right now.
There you go. Well, that one looks really good.
Yeah, this is the end right now. This is the ender. And the end. Let's see, it's got a lot of. So keep it in order like you tell me to, and put it in the bin.
Yeah, and see, I won't put those back in. When they're that tone,
No,
I just pull them.
all right, there it went.
Because the way you got to think about it is it will continue to tone the rest of the coins, especially once you've pulled it out a couple times, because that starts all of them oxidizing a bit. That's why I'm always fairly quick with my rolls. I just do one roll at a time. I go through it fairly quick. Don't take too much time. Don't take lunch. And get it
Yeah,
back
this is-
in that roll and seal it back up.
This was a good toner. It's a 68S. It's nice toner.
Very
And I'm
cool.
gonna put it in this book. See, I made a book.
I wish the 68s were worth a little more.
Oh,
It's
I
like,
have a coin I want.
All right. I don't remember if it's the 40 Philly or the 40 Denver nickel, but I have a few that are full steps.
Mm-hmm.
But that's one of the years that just has no value, even for the full steps. It's so frustrating. I was so excited. I had like 10 or 11 of them with full steps. Not all of them high grade, but a couple that were. And let me look really quick. Just had no value. I think it was Philly. Yeah, $300 for the Philadelphia 67 full step. And the 40D is $225 for a MS67 full step. That just is so frustrating.
Wow.
It's like, come on, it's a 1940. That's just a few years from the start of that series. Should be a better paying coin.
Yeah, you're right. Right now, the toner, I don't know, the tone silver is what's the premium, I guess. Everybody's paying top dollar for them. Tone silver coins.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, this is the second coin.
Yeah, I kicked myself. I sold a few on eBay years ago, and it was before it got really popular. But I was collecting them back then. That's one of the things I was lucky about because I was selling, $40, $50, and $60 lots of silver, and I was going through just tons and pulling all the toners and all the super high grades and passing them out to my grandkids and separating them into sets for some of my albums and stuff. And
Okay, them four going right back in the jar. I think this is like the fourth one in right here. Getting better.
there's a nice DVD.
Oh, that's sweet.
Pretty cool, huh? I had a
Uh-huh.
couple of these ones. Nothing in red though. Here I have all these 59D rolls, tons, probably at least 50. And the only DVDs I could find were in my brown coins. How long were you in the basement there, Majestic?
What's that?
How long were you in the basement?
Oh, for a little bit. I'm not. It's all right. I knew eventually you were showing your coins. I was watching.
Yeah.
I've been watching you. I've been
But
watching the whole time.
I wish I'm really narrow sighted when it comes to doing the coins. I get so involved in explaining and talking and showing that I lose track of the chat. I lose track of the people in backstage, and it's frustrating because I hated that when people did it to me while I was in their chats or backstage.
Yeah, I was asking Michael for just a grade for I can see if he tells me the grade, it gives me the vision of the coin of really what it looks like, if that makes sense. I wasn't asking them for the grade for me to grade it, and the two guys took it away. They went off with it. I
Yeah.
was like, okay.
Well, see, that's the one thing a lot of people think when buying coins from him is that everything's going to be gradable coins and stuff. And
I have
I
one.
was even going to tease him about my Buffalo that I bought. I bought that 38D MS66 Buffalo. Boy,
Yeah,
it's a gorgeous shiner. And I was going to tease him that it should easily pull a 68.
wow. Is that dye going right through his head?
What is that?
I know. It's,
Oh, that's interesting. So that's a die scratch. It's got to be. Unless it's post-mint damage, but it doesn't look like post-mint damage.
hold on one second. I'm gonna get closer.
Okay, we got JC saying 1941 proof set has not been doing anything. Were you trying to sell it? 41 proof set. I'd love to have a 41. That'd be great. Oh, it does go into the head. I didn't realize it was into the head as well. So that could be a strike through too. I've seen them really pieced together, like the thing that was being struck semi-dissolved through part of the coin, but showed up in other places.
Who's that on his eye?
Yeah, and that's a strike through too. Looks like it. So you pulled out your strike through when I pulled out mine. Cool. Oh yeah, 6 coins. Hey Phil, how you doing? How you feeling, buddy?
Hey, Phil.
I wish you a quick recovery and as few surgeries as possible. And I have a hard time with being at the hospital, and I was went through a few fairly nasty surgeries and ended up with huge amounts of staples down my hip and leg, and I never went back to have it pulled. It's like, nope, I'll take care of it. Leave me alone. Even my daughter would coming. She was actually going to nursing school at the time and would come pull the staples for me. Did it a few times. Even put a few staples in a couple times. For my Christmas gift, I got this beautiful knife. Oh shit, I forget the brand on it. A Gerber. I think it was a real nice Gerber. Expensive knife, a couple $100 or 150, something like that. And I was cutting down some decorations that were over the sliding glass door overhead, and had zip ties on it. And so I pulled out my knife and I went to do it, and I slipped with the knife and caught it with my other hand. Went almost all the way through, sliced a huge old part of my hand open. And my daughter's like, "Oh, I got my new staples set. I can staple." Yeah, it's like, okay, I don't want to go to the doctor's, so stapled me all up. Oh man, that was so miserable though. Palm of the hand stinks for big old giant cuts. Well, I hope you're doing better, Phil. You can come up if you want. So did you see my 30s and 40s pennies I was showing?
I sure did. They were beauties.
Those were all freebies, and I had bought 76 rolls of Wheaties. Some of the nicest brown Wheaties I've ever gotten. I got like 12 or 15 1909s. Most of it extra fine. Just amazing coins. And then there were 2 rolls that had 1934 and up to 58 with all the mint marks for the wheats in red, and 2 rolls of 57 Ds. And then it had 1 memorial coin that was in a flip marked double die, and it was the 84 double ear in MS65. And I sold that coin for more than I paid for the whole lot.
Nice.
Yeah, really nice. Unfortunately, it's my coin dealer, so as soon as I do see him again, because it's been a while since I've seen him, he comes and goes through the state, and I'll end up having to take a big loss on something, because I've found tons of really nice coins in it. Cool.
And 64 is nice.
Couple marks in front of his face, but not too bad. That backfield looks nice.
Yeah, this is the coin.
Lincoln DMZ, how you doing?
You're getting better.
Thank you, JC. Well, enjoy your day. Appreciate you hanging out. I know you've been here in the stream quite a while. I think almost the entire time, so thank you.
Thank you. Have a good morning. Thank you for looking at all the beautiful coins we show.
Yeah, those polish marks showing up pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, that doesn't help you with the eye appeal. So that normally keeps you from getting above a 66.
Getting better.
I've sent a couple in because they're completely flawless coins, except for those polish marks. But yeah, they never get past the 66.
How they getting worse?
Doing pretty good. Been streaming for almost 4 hours.
That's going in the bin.
Finally getting back to my streaming again. So thanks for dropping in. And Lincolns are my main focus. Been collecting them since the 60s. Bankrolls.
I just love it. And just the design, everything. You get a nice one, it really pops.
Yeah.
It has a three-dimensional like look to it.
Well, it's the grain of the coin you start to see when it's that quality, and it really makes it pop. Because when the fields are perfectly clear, you see that pattern really well, and it really makes the coin jump. I'll start showing some more stuff here in just a minute, guys.
Bill Rich is showing his coins, and I'm going through bank rolls and pulling out my infected coins, or really high damaged ones, throwing it back in circulation. But that way, when the coin roll hunters find it, they find a nice one like that in circulation. That goes in.
Oh, this one's pretty cool. Check out the reverse on this one. Where'd Lincoln go? Nice full strike. No Lincoln. He's not there at all. Isn't that cool?
No, he's missing. The aliens beamed him up.
Lincoln has left the building. And then there's some stuff going on over here. See some pretty good marks. Not sure if it's Clash or that one's pretty cool. Let's see what
Yeah, I like it.
this one is. 70S.
70. Can you bring it closer to the mint mark?
Yeah, just a sec.
MS looks flat.
There we go. I think it's post mint.
You can spin it a little bit for me, Rich?
Sure.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it just looks like it's a post mint damage across it that's caused some.
Yeah.
Just runs across that bottom corner. So I love showing this Clash Barber dime.
I want to find the first MS 70 penny.
I know a lot of people that have tried.
How much you think it'd be worth? I guess it depends on the day, no?
Yep. But definitely be a extremely valuable coin. Have to be PCGS to see the big money. But even NGC, it'd be a good dollar coin. So you can see the.
Yeah, NGC is not even like maybe an hour and a half for me.
There's the eyebrow, nose, the lips, the fold in the neck to the chin, neck, the back of the head. It's a pretty good one.
Wow, that's nice.
And a better grade dime. $18.92. And it's got some clashing going on too. It's so cool that there's just so many different things for coin collecting. That's why I love this hobby so much. It's just such a vast hobby. So many things that you
Wow,
can
that's
get
nice
into.
right here. It's really nice.
Cool, that one looks nice. Nope, not too good of one.
Doesn't look good on their magnification.
That date looks interesting.
She's bad, ain't she, on the bottom right? Top.
That's nice.
Oh, here's a cool one. Halftime.
Nice.
I have quite a few half dimes. And it's so funny because my grandkids, they like the little coins. Through the years, I've told them to, help themselves to what they like and always put a nice selection of huge mix of coins out. And neat that their tastes are the better coins. Bigger values, nicer dates, nicer types. Not too bad a detail. Cleaned.
Yeah, all these toned from the wrapper.
Now, do you know about the 45 Philly dime?
Not offhand.
This isn't it. Excuse me. But it's about what mine looks like. And it's got full bands, top and bottom. And it's got like 60% of the middle split band. And that coin is worth ridiculous amounts of money if it has the full split bands. But man, it's just missing a little tiny bit. But that's all it takes to keep it from being that big dollar coin. Let me see here. 45 Philly with full bands. Yeah, $47,000.
Wow.
And that's the last year. So it should be a coin people find. And 3 people have found it in 67. A 66 is 18 grand. 65 is 16 grand. And a 64 is 9,500. And a 60 is 1,500. So definitely a coin to keep your eye open for. There's a lot
What is
of
that?
the Mercury Dime, 45 Philly, full split bands.
45 Philly?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know which ones I have in that grade. I haven't graded. Let me see.
I used to buy huge bags of AU, BU, Mercury Dimes and go through them for filling my books. Came across one that I thought was a 16D and just wasn't. But I tried really hard.
No, my full band.
There's some more flying eagles.
Okay.
Oh, Majestics popped out of the room. Looks like a little die chip in that 5. Yep, little die chip. I have so many die chip coins that I started a bag just for the die chip ones. Ooh. Is it wood grain? Oh, it's a fingerprint. Too bad. Nice day. Crazy Coins, how you doing? Thanks for subscribing. I'll try to subscribe back just a second here. There you go. I am your 9th subscriber. Oh, are those your videos? They are your videos. Oh, it says no videos. Let's see. Oh, it says uploads. Let me check. Oh, it is your videos. Oh, nice. 1875 seated $50. PCGS AU 50. That's nice. Looks like you have some really nice coins. Cool. I'll have to get back to it and check out your coins, guys. He's got some pretty nice graded coins there. There was a few other coins. He had like 4 other videos, so check them out if you can. You know, subscribing to each other's and checking out the videos and passing it on helps a ton when you're right there at the beginning of starting a channel. So, pretty cool. Oh, now you're up to 12. Cool. Thanks, Michael. Thanks, guys. Yeah, he's got some neat coins. Very cool. I will look forward to checking it out. Was it a coin shop, eBay, YouTube, Facebook? Where'd you find it at? Here's my Crazy Clash Barber Dime, 1892. Oops. Turn it upside down. Now everybody just saw this coin, but since you just came in the room, eyebrow, nose, lips, chin, neck, back of neck. Pretty cool. Pretty heavy clash. You can see it by eye, which is pretty cool. Amy, how you doing? Oh, very cool. Mr. Frost. Pretty cool. Thank you. I'm going to show you that. This is my microscope. It tends to pick the coins apart pretty hard, but it's a nice coin. So I have quite a few nicer Barber dimes. I have them put away in a tube. I haven't shown them very often. It's one of those coins that like the Buffalo nickel, until you see an AU or a nice MS, you just don't realize what a gorgeous coin it is. Then all of a sudden you really appreciate the coin. Oops, not so nice. I'll show a couple nicer coins. Just a second. Here's a nice one. Not that valuable, but a fun one to collect. Nice half dime. Wow, it's almost 7 o'clock. Didn't realize it was already so late. 8 going on in here. Oh. Yeah, I like the one. The 37 is pretty cool. Haven't been taking care of it like I should. I've been showing it off a little too much, but gotta get them back in flips, or airtights rather. So I have some nice older date large cent, and switch cameras here. $18.08. Camera doesn't want to work. Just a second. That one doesn't want to show up too well. There we go, a little better. See if I can show the first. There we go. My camera's getting kind of warm. Not best condition, but still a fun coin. It doesn't want to show. There we go. 1806 with some issues, but a lot of details. $18.03. It's so frustrating because I like showing these, but I also like keeping them in airtights. But the copper just doesn't show too good there. At least the large and older coppers just don't show too good through the airtights for me for some reason. Showing up. That's not the better one. I've got a better one that has Wii shown really well. I think this is it. Shows better in hand. You can make out Wii. The W is pretty visible, but the E's a little weak. Not the one I was looking for. Better than the last one. Another half dime. Oh, no, that one's a dime. I was grabbing the halves. Like a little bit of everything. So much fun. Since the comments have slowed down. Oh shit, I got 10 people in here though. So my camera's starting to act up a little bit. Been streaming for almost 4.5 hours. I think I'm gonna call it, guys. Now that I got 10 of you in here, I'm gonna let you go. Thanks, Chief. Thanks for coming in and being part of the stream. Amy, thanks for stopping in. Michael, thanks for coming up. Crazy Coin, I'll be checking out your stuff. Beer Can, thanks for being on the shot for so long. I appreciate it. Licking DMZ, thank you. Johnny Ray, you've been here most of the time. Appreciate it. See who I'm missing. Licking DMZ. GC Will, if you're still in here. Phil, if you're still in here, thanks for stopping in. Take care, everybody. I appreciate it. Obviously, I'm starting to stream again, so hopefully I'll keep it up and get back to doing my long streams and start getting a little better content. So I'll talk to you guys later. Enjoy your day.